Okay, so with that all done, who would like to do a recap?
Oh God.
I mean, uh,
It isn't a great deal to recap.
give it a go. Yeah. So we started in with Kevin and the rest of the group being brought into the hall of the council chamber, uh, and everybody getting quite filled in on exactly what we're deciding, and we're deciding on the deal we're gonna make for the tree. At this point, some discussions were had that were quite inappropriate to have in front of the people we were bargaining with. And they decided they're going to force us to choose 3 representatives. We sent Sabo, which may or may not have been a good idea, accompanied by Yesla and Terrain. Have some applause. I got it right.
Yes, you did. Congratulations.
And unfortunately, once Sabo and the 2 helpers were sealed off from everybody else, Sabo did manage to convince these people that perhaps it's not a good idea to try and keep the tree alive permanently. And we would be paid yearly while this nation decides to keep the tree alive. But they wanted a little bit of insurance due to some of those bad things being said and being basically faced with going into a conflict or agreeing to have Nia's child educated. We, well, went with Nia's child being educated, to which obviously Nia's were very unhappy with, mainly because they didn't choose it, not because they didn't want it. Spent the rest of the session discussing. Then we went into downtime. Not too much managing to happen, but some of us, and I believe the final setup of the sum is still to be decided. After a month of chilling, jumped on a ship and went to go find the Angel Town, the town with Shade Paladin. Don't remember the name. That is where we're gonna pick up, I believe, where figure out who went and what happened when we got there.
Yep, you guys did the encounters, and it was just picking up right with you guys arriving. Okay, so in the distance you can see the town, and something is wrong. You don't see the liveliness that you saw before. You don't see. Things look slightly overgrown. There are what looks to be no ships in the harbour. Something is definitely wrong here.
I'm sorry, what town was this again? Was this by the...
This is the town where you guys actually all met. This is where you were doing the research in the basement for like 11 years.
Oh, okay. The one port town that had the explosion and that conspiracy stuff. Got it.
No, that was a different town.
Sorry, that is the town that you guys left here to go to. This is the one where there was the gnolls, and you guys destroyed the totem.
Where the Gnoll army, and the leader of the town was the SMR named Aiden.
Sorry, what was the... I don't recall, and I missed that bit because I was blowing my nose, but what's the reason why we came back to this town?
We decided it was a good trading partner. So Sabo, seeing that we had some downtime on our hands, thought that we might fly around, do some trading.
That's right, I recall. Sorry, continue.
All right. So as you get closer, what would you like to do? Would you like to take the ship down into port?
I mean, we usually approach new towns sailing in, just to avoid stuff, and this is exactly what we're doing.
All right.
Yeah, let's not get too close before find out what happened. Approach carefully.
Okay. So the ship goes down and slowly starts approaching. As you're approaching, you see some figure start approaching the dock.
The spyglass. Try to tell who that is.
Yep. You see that there is a distortion effect on them. It blurs them, makes them almost impossible to actually fix your eyes on. Can I get a perception check from you? You make out strong reds, golds, pinks, and blacks.
There's someone there, but I can't make it out. Just red, gold, pink, black, weird colors. Must be someone powerful. Who's with us? Who's with me? Novaris went with me.
Yeah, I went with you.
Who else went with me?
I don't believe I did. Because I think you left almost immediately, and I was working on making sure the house got rebuilt and everything.
I believe it was Novarius, you, Kevin stayed behind, and Nia went with you.
Going to Novaris, do you think you can?
Um, does it? Can you? I'm sorry. Have they already seemed to take notice of us? I'm assuming so.
Yeah, they're approaching the dock. We are approaching it.
Judging by his description, can I take like a knowledge check or arcana check to know what if this distortion is magical in nature by his description? Or what it
Arcana
might
check
be?
would be most applicable.
Come on, fucking hell.
This seems like some sort of heightened or more powerful blur effect.
Well, I can attempt to just try and do ascending to him if we really wanted to do that. It's gonna take a minute. What exactly did you want me to say?
I don't know. I guess we can also park here and observe.
Yeah, nothing
If
wrong
you
with us
were,
actually.
but if you were to sending him, it would be nice for them to
Back.
make themselves known. It's kind of weird approaching someone who's hiding their identity.
Okay, I can go ahead and attempt it.
You would
Uh,
notice,
Well-
Nilvarius, that their true name is distorted, much like your own.
Okay. This is the one that this level of spell allows basically 2 castings in rapid succession. Greetings. Who are you? What happened to the town?
It is rude to not introduce yourself when you ask someone's identity. They sound slightly
I'm assuming I
feminine.
don't. And obviously, this isn't Lustnark. I'd be familiar with her at this point.
No, this isn't.
Yeah. My name is Nilvarius. When we last came to this town, it was quite populated and bustling.
I am Nail. And yes, at one time it was. The creature
guess I'll do
remains
it.
on the dock waiting for you.
I elaborate what was said to me to Sabo.
Sound relatively friendly.
Sounds like it. I don't.
All right,
I mean,
well, let's out what the. Go on, sorry.
I was just gonna ask, but I was gonna retract. I was gonna ask, is there any way to get any sort of whether or not there's any malicious intent? But obviously, I don't think it's reasonable to ask that question through a spell like this. It seems pretty neutral. No reason to suspect, anyways. I don't get the feeling that they're necessarily malevolent, but I can ask more questions if you'd like.
It's that I would like.
Did any of Kevin's apprentices come with us? Is Connor with us? Or does he also stay back?
We want to
Let me
send
check.
Kevin in.
I mean, if we're going to shore, so we have someone else also with us, and give Snuffy an opportunity. If you wanted to like bring out Connor.
Both apprentices are here.
Oh, they're both with us. Okay.
Okay, we've got some Kevins.
Neither of them are Kevin in terms of taking the damage.
That's
Just so
okay.
everyone's aware.
They're Kevin in terms of being disposable.
Wow.
Well, do you want to go? Do you want to go
Hey,
in
hey,
then?
hey, 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 hold on. No one's disposing of Aiden.
She seems to be waiting for us.
Okay. I mean, I suppose if let's approach. I will slowly approach. Well, not very slowly now because. Yeah, I'll go dock next to her.
Okay. So, the ship stops. Do you anchor down?
No.
Okay.
Do we see any better as we get close?
Yes. Now that you're this close, you can make out that the creature looks like this.
Ah, so I could make out that it's a demon devil.
Or it could be. It could also be it could also be draconic as well, or whatever the dragonborn equivalent in the setting is. Dracon, I think.
There's a dragon blood thing that isn't exactly a Dracon, too.
Yeah, it could be. It could be that.
But
Well,
the horns definitely look demonic.
Okay, would you like to take the sailboat in, or would you like to take the ship right up to the port?
Oh, this is not good.
What's up? What isn't good?
the line of questions that James is issuing.
No. Silvaris, do you
It's about-
remember what you did around about this town?
I was just doing research. I wasn't doing anything in particular. I was just doing research in this town.
Technically, it was immediately after you left this town on your way to the next one.
I was just doing research. I didn't even associate myself with the events that happened, with whatever null calling you guys did while you were here. I wasn't even associated with any of that. I was just doing research here.
I don't know what happened in this town, so can someone clarify for me?
We met so the wish for the devil eyes wasn't from Tempress?
No, my eyes came from the Lajan.
Okay. Okay, then maybe it's not that.
Also, I think that looks more like a devil than a demon, but who knows?
Who knows, yeah. There was also this demon that wanted to destroy the town. Do I remember the name? Was it Nail?
It was not Nail.
Oh, I was just near it. Hang on. I'll find the name in a moment for you.
Okay, I mean, yeah, we'll just go on the ship. We're not getting off the ship. So we'll
Okay.
get like into.
So as the ship comes to a stop at the end of a port, the creature starts approaching. It's just walking at a casual speed.
Sabo, it was the Demon King of Ruin, is what it called itself. It was the child demon. I
Oh,
believe that's the one you're talking about.
oh, we're in the town with the Asimar.
Yeah.
Yes.
Neat.
Uh,
As this creature gets to the end of the dock, is there anything that any of you would like to do? There's still about a
Do we
3-4 foot gap between the end of the dock and the ship.
do we see them better?
There's still some sort of blur effect on them.
Before you draw any closer, would you state your intentions?
They flick their wrists and the blur effect ends. That is what I wanted to ask all of you. What are your intentions here?
Well, we were hoping to trade with the town. And
What do you have to offer?
we used to bring metal when the town still needed it.
What kinds of metal?
I'm gonna give a brief overview of what we can bring in from that nation.
Some of those resources
used
would be
to be
quite
just
useful to me.
steel.
Well, it was steel, then wood, and then it was preserved food.
Where is everyone?
They have been removed.
Removed?
Yes.
By you?
Yes.
Why?
I bought this town.
Was this town like an independent, basically free town, or?
Yeah.
Okay. So did you expel them, or did you do something else with them?
I sold them.
You bought this town and then you sold them.
Yes, I have no use for people. Humans, that is.
If I may, just wondering, who did you buy them from?
Let me check. I bought the town from Vexelar.
Can you? I mean, I suppose I asked it a bit wrong. Like, when we were last here, it didn't seem like the town was owned by someone who can sell it.
I see.
So, suppose many things had to happen for it to go down this way.
You were asking about the chain of events, then?
If you know it, we're quite curious.
My understanding is that Vexelar came into ownership of this town many years ago. They wormed their way in with the leadership. What they did to gain ownership, I do not know. But when they enforced their claim, it appeared that all but a few souls complied.
Vexilla. It's Vexilla by any chance that someone who
No.
called themselves
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
there was someone here who claimed to be the Demon King of Ruin?
Ah, the demons. They have almost been entirely dealt with now.
Oh.
If you know about him, then you must have been related to that Knoll situation. You don't happen to be the adventurers who dealt with them, do you? Or do you know of them?
That might have been us, yes.
I am grateful.
So at that time the town was already owned by Vexilla?
Yes.
Oh. We didn't even realize. Just in case you want to see some of our old acquaintances, would you happen to know who you sold them to?
Yes.
Tell us?
I sold them to Malagrith.
Well, thank you. I
They are further
Yes.
inland from here.
approximate.
You are quite unusual for a gnome.
Narrow growth.
No, they said that you are quite unusual for a gnome.
Ah. How so?
From the few I have interacted with, there is a surprising lack of profanity.
Oh.
Quite well behaved. I appreciate it.
Wasn't brought up with gnomes. I guess that have an effect.
You are all welcome to enter my town. If you are concerned, I lay no ownership on to you.
Much. I don't know if there's any reason for us to enter. However, if I
There
suppose
is if we are
we
going
would
to discuss purchasing some of these materials that you are looking to sell.
Ah. Of course. Yeah. Yes.
She goes over and picks up the ramp, goes over and places it so that it locks in place between the ship and you. It's just a wooden ramp that allows you to easily walk on and off of the ship, and then she gestures for you to follow her into town.
Which well, which terrain? Rain.
Who is going into town with them?
Nia has not been paying attention at all, but when she notices anyone going, she's gonna go with.
All right.
I go, but I stay with Thavo. I don't veer anywhere.
All right. T-Rain follows Sabo. And let's see. Connor's going to come along. Adam's going to stay on the ship. Sorry, Aiden's
Who?
going to stay on the ship. Okay. She takes you towards Town Hall. You can see that the paths in the town have been quite well maintained. It's everything off of the paths that have not. Certain buildings have had grass starting to spread around it a bit wild.
I'm curious now. Why exactly would a devil take interest in a mortal village? Mortal town, sorry.
The castle I am from, it spilled out into this realm not more than a week's travel away from here. We thought it a wise idea to lay claim to the island as a whole.
Oh, so your entire group came filtering in after the collapse then?
Yes.
How is that expected to happen?
She takes you into the town hall, and then you see these ghost-like spirits. They begin, with a whisper from her, they begin working on producing food. She then takes you to a dining hall, and goes and sits down at the head of the table. She gestures for you to join her at the table.
Right. I joined.
Food will be
With my magic sight,
prepared in several minutes,
Sorry.
but we have some time to speak.
as I'm walking around with my magic vision, do I see anything? Is there anything around as
There's
we're
anchored
walking in or in this
souls
room?
all over the place. In this room, not necessarily, but throughout the building, quite a few.
Okay.
You also do sense a bit of reinforcement magic down in the basement.
Reinforcement?
Yeah,
What do you mean by
strengthening,
reinforcement?
making something more difficult to break.
Okay. From what school?
It's difficult to pinpoint exact schools these days because magic blends so much throughout all of them, but if it'd be more abjuration than anything else.
Okay.
Maybe a bit
Okay,
of
got it.
transmutation as well. So, you ship out the metals. Do you take requests for other materials and things to ship?
We can take requests.
What sort of societies do you trade with?
Let T-Rain give the overview of what we have access to right now. Not much.
He would go over the two different societies that you currently have active trade with, and she would seem rather disinterested. So you
Perhaps,
do not have many exotic races then?
Not as of right now, unfortunately. But if you tell us what is of interest to you, perhaps when we come across it.
I'm looking for people to live in my town. But I don't just want boring humans. No, they're too abundant. I want exotic people.
As in people who live in your town willingly, or like a zoo situation?
Live in the town willingly. There'll be
Okay.
quite the incentives applied.
What are the incentives, and how exotic are we talking?
Personalized employment for all. Specialty trades. Trades not remembered for hundreds of years. Purpose. Generational purpose.
Okay, so somewhat of a recruitment mission.
We require dwarves. Not entirely just dwarves, but we do need a fair few. There are certain techniques that are only available to them.
Dwarves? Okay, I'm gonna.
I suppose if we take dwarves, humans might be likely to try and steal some of their resources. Gnomes would also be good. Their weaponry expertise is nearly unmatched. With our knowledge in addition to theirs, we should be quite the threat to any who try to attack us. Several orcs could also be quite useful. Purebred or half-breeds. Anything less than that is, well, rather useless. Giants, I suppose, could be useful as well. Not colossals, though, simply just giants. Let's see, what
you
else is
Are,
there?
are you interested purely in the races, or would you want skilled individuals?
Well, skilled individuals might last a generation or two, but we intend to teach them. Within a generation or two, they'll have the skills that we require them to have.
So, just races.
Races are preferable. If you could find skilled people in those races, that would be even better. We would certainly pay a premium for such. Dark elves or drow. I'm not sure what the difference is myself. Those would be quite useful for exploring the ground below. I suppose ogres might be useful. And trolls, yes, trolls would be quite useful. Though difficult to educate. No cursed creatures, though. Werebeasts would only get in the way. Do you all think that this is something you could provide? She watches each of you carefully as if expecting an answer from everyone individually.
I can. Well, I would plan to make the offer to any individual who is matching the description and seems like they might be interested.
I see, so there's no slave reports in the towns you're from. Good, the buying and selling of people is problematic.
Yes,
Mia
there's
looks at her
no slave
instantly.
reports, and also we ourselves are quite opposed to the notion, which is why my first question is whether these people would work for you willingly.
Willingly, of course. I'm thinking a starting wage of 8.5 gold for the average worker would do quite well for most of them. That's about 4
Indeed.
times average wages.
I am. I think there's a good chance that we would find some workers for you. Can't really promise, as it would be up to them to decide. But yeah,
Good, you seem to have an attitude. They look at you, Nia.
Oh?
Something I said set you off?
She seemed pleased when the woman said she had a problem with slavery, but also shocked, if it makes sense, as it goes more or less against what she was led to believe about devils. So she's kind of like, I won't say judging, just considering. Does that make sense?
Okay. So what does Nia say to her?
So I apologize for any exaggerated reactions.
Your apology is unwarranted. Elf, what is your name?
It would probably be obvious that he's paying attention to the conversation, but he also seems distracted. Probably over the course of it, he's been like thinking on the auras that he's observing, and probably trying to spend more time like working through it. I am Navarius.
You're the one who reached out to me then.
Yes, that's correct.
Strange for an elf to be born with such eyes.
Well, they didn't come with them at birth. Or sorry, I did not come with them at birth.
Difficult to acquire. More difficult to keep.
I understood that the moment I got them.
Good. If I was of a different domain, I'd be forced to tear them from you. Good thing I am not.
By looking at them, can you tell who they once belonged to or what domain they belong to? Can you actually tell just by looking
No.
at them?
But there are devils who are compelled by their lords to acquire as many of those eyes as they can, even from other devils. I do not belong to such a court, you might call it.
Hey, James.
Yep.
While they're talking, Nia would be observing this woman pretty, closely. So at the moment, Nia is assuming her. I think I sent you the images, but she's assuming pretty much her natural form, except for her skin tone.
Yep.
How many similarities are there between this woman and Nia?
It's difficult to tell.
No?
You can't really single out individual features because each feature is kind of a blur between two or more races. Like, you would start to think the
her?
horns, but the horns are also, in your case, smoother, less jagged, more bony.
I see.
You would start to think about wing structure, but there are many more bones than yours, and there are feathers lining them. You notice that her feet are quite substantially different from yours, but hers look as strong as yours.
Interesting.
Her tail is similar to yours, but yours is more metallic, and seems.
Interesting. I believe she's the first, devil. Is she the first devil in Nia's match? Directly?
Yes.
Yeah, she's very, I won't say fascinated, but enraptured by that. Though she's trying not to be rude about it, to make sense.
How much steel can you ship?
A question to Tyrion.
She and Turain would go back and forth over the numbers, and she would seem slightly disheartened. Is there any opportunity for you to acquire more ships?
Is there, James?
Well, you could buy more ships and hire more crew.
Would that
The
be
nation
in our best interest financially? Because, let's be real, we have pretty much established ourselves as a trading group at this point.
Yeah.
Reputation alone would net you at least a profit from just initial contracts.
Yeah, I mean, we could like the Shalom, the port town, does need trading partners. I don't know if they've. I suppose they haven't yet made contact here since they're having this discussion, for whatever reason. So, I would know how many kind of ships they should have available for this.
They meant to have 6 at any one time going back and forth.
To this town.
Yep.
Do you already trade with Shalom? They used to have about 6 ships trading with this town.
We have not received any ships since I came into ownership.
Huh. We can check on that. And try to restore those trading routes if that would be acceptable.
I do not wish to deal with others on behalf of you. I wish to deal with you and others that you represent.
What would so say we were to hire some of those ships to ship in steel? That would be acceptable then.
Yes.
We'd have to ask what happened, but I imagine we can make that happen.
I cannot
Uh,
see
do-
my enemy.
Do we know how much steel she needs?
She doesn't seem to have a maximum amount that she seems to be letting on. Any number that's been thrown out thus far from 1,000 bulk to 100,000 bulk just has not seemed to be enough.
All the steel. Got it. Is there any other materials that we
Even with all the forestry that is available to this island, it is not enough.
And we're also talking generational here, right?
Yes.
So create forestries to supply wood over time is a good plan. We have some space in mind for that.
Now for the term of this contract. I am thinking of 300-year cycles, with them renewing at a meeting here.
What would the that is, I suppose, acceptable. But what would be the other obligations that we have?
Well, I am thinking, let's see. 6 ships, each carrying 1,000 bulk of steel. 10 ships, each carrying 1,000 bulk of wood. A transport ship allowing people to come and go. And a general trade vessel. Yes. So that would be 18 ships coming and going monthly.
$18 ships that visit this port every month.
Yes.
Maybe would that turn a profit for us at the deal the Reich is offering?
You don't actually think that the nation can produce enough steel to sell to these people on a monthly basis like that. Because that is 6,000 bulk worth of steel produced.
How much can they ship every month?
You would need to get exact numbers, but 6,000 is a lot.
Can I have a rough estimate? I mean, we've been working with them for a while.
The speaking of wood, for example, well, yes, that. Let's start with Nia first. I'm sorry for interrupting.
It's okay. Sorry if I interrupted you accidentally. Did not mean to.
Okay, can I get a law check for production, a craft check, or
Sabo?
Yes,
Craft check.
I will most certainly as soon as I'm back in Foundry. The reload when it's a long break, fortunately.
James, can you roll for them?
for Nia?
What's
For
Sabo
Sabo.
crafting?
Sabo craft? Kevin, I'll get to that in a moment.
So
Okay.
that's fine.
Fair enough.
So, Sabo, you believe that it is likely that they are able to produce, that the nation's able to produce about twice that amount of steel. That being said, they use about 3/4 of that on a monthly basis, with the rest going to small local trades. Regional trades, I should say.
But I would also do I think that they have opportunity to expand their steel production?
You need to know what sort of mines the nation has available to them. It could be that they're hard capped either in terms of people who can craft it, or that they're hard capped in terms of number of mines available to the nation.
And okay, so we might be able to say that we can bring in 2 ships a month instead of 6 of steel.
And then we'd have to expand slowly, I presume, right?
Yes.
Very well, I would give you 5 years to get up to 6 ships.
That sounds doable, I think. Does Tyrion think we can pull that?
You might need to find. His advice would be we might need to find other trading partners, especially just to make sure that if anything goes wrong with this nation, he gives you a look near. That we have other trading partners to take over.
Nia gives him
Only-
a grateful look.
Greystone is quite far, making the trading between here and Greystone more tricky.
Might be worthwhile. Then.
Don't have other civilizations available right now. So in terms of wood, I assume we also need time to ramp up, but that should be easier. They can just forest straight up in the coastal city. How long would it take them to grow to like get wood production online?
Wood is actually really easy for this sort of thing. The entire region east of where you guys are is just entirely forestry. And they produce about 80 times this amount of wood every year. Sorry, every month.
Okay.
And they
So
ship
wood
it
is
all
not
over.
a problem.
Well, they cart it all over the nation.
No problem to ship some of it. Okay. So we need ships that can carry 1,000 bulk. And what is the size category of a ship that can carry 1,000 bulk?
Let me check.
I'm checking myself. It's okay. Cargo hold. 50 bulk for room. 20 room cargo hold. So it can be like a size 9. It would have to be. Pretty big ship. Probably even a size 10 for 20 rooms of cargo hold.
This would be a 300-year contract. I would pay 10% upfront, and then the rest would be paid in equal increments once every 5 years. Is that acceptable?
What is the penalties if there should be issues with deliveries or any other delays?
Well, if we look at the profit as a whole, well, not just the profit, the payment as a whole, for each ship that fails to arrive, that is a 1% reduction in your payment. If you reach the point where it is no longer profitable for you and you stop sending ships altogether, it will continue to go down until it reaches 0. If that number reaches 0, I own your soul.
Nia actually kind of blinks and then chuckles a little bit to herself, but very quietly, like from the shock of just straight up saying it. Like she was imagining that's where it was going, but like she just said it outright, no dancing around. It just instantly, I own your soul. Pretty spectacular.
Of course, that is the worst case situation. I'm going to be quite generous in terms of initial profitability margins, especially considering that, in all fairness, you will likely miss between 5 and 10 arrivals during this time period, and that is an acceptable number. More than that, though, is not acceptable.
Would it be acceptable with this contract to deliver goods faster to protect against missed deliveries?
Of course. I would even encourage such action. Okay, Kevin, it is now your birthday. You have received... where is that? From Yesla, you have received 5 extra wheel spins. So actually from
nice.
Yesla, but Yesla's a person's name. Yesla says, "Happy
Wonderful.
birthday, Kevin."
Happy birthday, Kevin.
Thank
Ooh,
you. Ooh,
started out kind
destiny
of
moment.
bad. Yeah, started out kind of bad, but you really pulled in at the end.
I think I will re-roll the 2 1s.
If you see it reasonable, I am happy to amend the agreement so that it is not 6 ships each carrying 1,000 bulk of steel, but rather 6,000 bulk, and then you can decide how many ships you want to send for it. Would that be preferable?
Yes, I was already assuming that. Guess I shouldn't assume. And just for so what is the profitability on this? What is the how much are you paying?
Just working on that math at the moment. While I'm working on those numbers, we can switch over to Kevin. So, Kevin.
Yes.
You're working on the house. Have you decided
Yeah.
to make any changes compared to what you originally planned?
No, house was being primarily constructed out of stone, so that works.
Okay, what else are you going to be doing?
It's going to be mostly that, but at some point he's going to go find Yesla as well to ask some questions that have been nagging at him.
Alright. What would you like to ask her?
For starters, he would ask, did she really move back to the nation of Ventrix just to wait for them to come back?
Of course.
Even after she knew what had happened. And from the sounds of things, it was quite a while that she was waiting.
A fair bit of time, yes. Should tell you it's
So,
been a bit short of a year.
Yeah, just like pretty much exactly when the oath break happened.
As soon as I could, at least.
So I have two things to say about that. First one, thank you. The second thing is, despite knowing everything, you still showed up. Why?
You swore an oath to me. A sacred vow.
And you knew that I had broken my oaths. At least one of them. How could you have trusted me after that?
Because I know you.
That makes Kevin feel a little bit better.
Okay.
So then the only other things he would ask about is what she's been up to for the years that they've been apart.
That is a long story. But it started by finding a magic sword.
A magic sword?
I travelled along with a small group of people as we were going from town to town. One of them had a magic sword that they had recently found. The knight, he was a kind soul, a really kind soul, but the sword turned him bitter, then vile. He started snapping at people, and he would use any opportunity he could to cut them down. I was when he was executed. I took on the sword as my responsibility. I spent quite some time travelling with it, until I found somewhere that could destroy it. A river. Out in the middle of a desert. It was just there. I mean, I had heard of it recently, not more than a month beforehand, but I wasn't convinced that I'd ever find it. Guess I was just lucky.
Kevin will smile at that.
The water, it was so clear. Like there wasn't any muck in it at all. Like whatever tried to taint the purity of it was just destroyed. So I took the sword and I placed it in the water. And I watched as it turned to nothing. There wasn't even metal dust left in the water. It was just gone entirely. Disintegration leaves more than what happened to it. She had paused for a moment. After that, I didn't know what to do with myself. And I saw the river. I spent several days by that river. Until I was out of rations. Then I finally decided to throw myself in. the strangest thing happened. When I touched the water, it was unlike anything I have experienced before. It did not feel wet, it did not feel like anything. It felt like I touched the water and my everything was washed away. My hate, my anger, my desire for revenge, my vileness, it was all gone. And as I floated there, my equipment, my clothes, my everything destroyed, gone, like they never were. I just floated in the water for a while. I felt at peace. I felt whole. I felt complete. Like I could be myself once again. I eventually left that river, and I started traveling again. It was not easy getting rations in the desert. If it was not for my magic, I would have starved to death. I should have decided sooner, but fortune has its way of working out. I found a town, I helped some people, made a bit of a difference. And when I was traveling, I felt it happen. I felt something was wrong with you, and I came here right away. She had finally looked back at you after having looked away the entire time that she spoke all of that.
I'm glad to have you back. And I'm sorry that you felt the way that you did, but I'm glad you're here now.
It's different now. It's all different. It's indescribable. I wish you could experience it. I know that what holds you down now, what burdens you carry, would be washed away.
It sounds peaceful. It sounds like it would probably be a lot better than everything going on right now.
Indeed. back over with everyone else. So she's willing to pay 10,322 a month for all of this. This is not counting the people that she's asking you to bring over, by the way, just for the steel and wood and the merchant ship.
Okay, so
It costs about 7,940 to provide. Well, the crew, the buying of the wood, the buying of the steel.
that's too. I mean, would be happy to do this, but not with no margin for error. The reward just isn't.
Well, that leaves you with 2,382 in pure, well, in profit. You would have to spend some money on ships before you could really count that as pure profit.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we get 10% upfront, which is going to be a lot of money.
Yeah.
Most of that gets invested. Problem is, we're not really earning. Yes, we're earning a lot of money, but it's not sell your soul amount of money.
How greedy have people become? 1,000 years ago,
Oh,
this would be the sort of thing I would imagine people selling generations away for.
I think
Tell me, how
maybe
fortunate are you?
you just came across the wrong traders. I do imagine some would jump at the opportunity and not worry about their souls.
And what makes your
James,
soul
can I
so
make a
valuable?
rough estimate? Can I make a rough estimate in my head about how much this is? So, I have studied more or less history within Elgara and with Leuven and by talking paper, right? I know a bit about history, right?
A fair bit, yes. You're probably the
Inflation.
most is not a problem.
Not
All
what
right.
seems to
So, is there any reason to believe that the price of the price of, that she just mentioned wouldn't be enough nowadays to make sell the souls, or are we just expensive?
Well,
'Cause that doesn't seem like selling your soul money, really.
Well, look, 2000. It's live
Like, how
like a
much?
noble money, right? For doing
It's-
basically.
basically 15 times what the average person makes a year in terms of yearly income.
A month or a year?
No, a year.
So we're making 15 times what a person makes a year?
But there is like 8 of us, so we're making twice what an average person makes a year.
Yeah, that's really not much. Like, it is definitely worth taking, but
No, it's not. It's like it. Okay, we would definitely go for this if there was no, miss
other
a ship,
social ones,
lose
yes.
10, lose 1%, miss 100 ships, your soul is gone. Yeah.
So I have a. Is she so? She said, "Mr. Shape, you lose 1%, right?"
Yep.
How about instead of a month, we do that per year? Is that acceptable?
No.
What is per year?
What I mean is, if instead of counting the ships that we were supposed to send each month and subtracting at 1%,
Well,
we
it's not
continue
about.
sending ships.
Yeah.
I know, just let me. We continue sending ships every month as expected, but ships only count as missed when we turn over a new year, so that way we can assign someone to course correct, if it makes sense. Take note of missing shipments and take care of those.
She's already allowed you to actually send them ahead
Yeah.
of time, so you could get a month
That's
ahead
what I
of
was gonna
time if
say.
you wanted to.
That I was gonna
Yeah, I
say we
know
can
that, but-
already go ahead. It doesn't at that point. There's no difference whether or not we can, backfill. It's like the problem is if everything goes wrong, and there's a good chance that everything in 300 years will go wrong at some point, is our first priority going to be to rush back to reestablish this? Now it has to be. And well, it's just like this amount of money is just not really.
Devils operate on profit, right, James?
Yes.
That's their bottom line, Russ?
Yep.
Can I assume that the reason she said the soul thing is because she's expecting things to go wrong to some extent in the future? Or at least preparing for that eventuality?
I mean, you could assume that, but it's also equally as likely as she just wants this to be your number one priority for the rest of your existence, or at least for the next 300 years. But she expects your existence to be shorter than that. Both options are equally as likely.
Yeah.
Right. We can't afford to make it our number one priority because it's A, not profitable enough, and B, why would we do that?
Profit is not our priority
Yeah.
in general.
We definitely want money, but we're adventurers first, explorers first, and merchants second.
I'm sorry,
That's
you're
what we're-
adventurers? Since fucking when?
We adventure around on a ship.
Talk to
It's
dragons.
an adventure. Yeah, it's an adventure.
No, you explore around on a ship.
We're explorers. And if we're
Yeah,
going to
I'll
be
take it.
stuck doing this one deal, well,
It's gonna be the campaign from now on.
Well,
James
she's-
wouldn't drop.
It's also entirely possible that you just offload this problem to your underlings.
yeah, we'll offload this problem, and when the underlings fuck up, what happens then?
Well, then you pay the price.
Exactly. Exactly.
Is she willing to negotiate the bottom line that of your souls, or is that like ironclad for her?
Well, it's technically your souls and any of your descendants at the time of within the 300-year period.
Is she willing to negotiate on that, or is that their bottom line?
That's their bottom line.
So she's not gonna negotiate on that.
Well, unless you
That's
can
a
give
general
something of
devil bottom line.
equal value that is basically the collateral. And none of you have anything of equal value in collateral,
Well, actually, we do.
such as
We've just sold it. But doesn't mean we can't sell it again.
What do you mean?
He's talking about the tree.
You beautiful genius, you. Oh, that's great. So that's amazing. So, but if you do that, I will throw you apart in real life.
I will do that.
Incredible.
Besides, if she goes destroys the tree, there's no point for them to keep your kid anymore.
Moment, please. James, this is my AFK moment I mentioned earlier.
I would be very, very, very careful about doing something like that. Selling something that is not yours to a devil usually is grounds to void a contract. When a devil
what
voids
are
a
we
contract
selling?
at your fault, they will claim your soul as collateral.
Okay, but is the location of it not mine to sell?
Potentially. It depends on how you go about this. Location in of itself has no necessarily value without the ownership that can go along with it. So some sort of claim to it. Knowing where something is good to an extent. Being able to enforce that ownership in any way, shape, or form is really where devils come in. You might get away with
Well,
selling just a location to a demon because a demon will play games with it.
so this devil would not be interested in the location of the tree or its existence, since we do not have a claim to it.
You probably don't know the answer to that.
Uh,
I'm not necessarily going to say one way or the other because there is room for interpretation for the devil, but you don't necessarily have enough experience with devil deals to know.
Okay. So I'm just gonna carefully dance around the subject and see if they're interested at all, and in what form. So it's not really a matter of greed. I think that your offer is very generous. It is more so that we like to have. We don't like to be tied down. Put it that way. And well, if there is no way for us to trade without such a contract, I'm afraid that we won't be able to trade.
A pity.
There is
Very well.
something rather nearby I think might be of interest to you that we could speak about since we're negotiating. We don't.
Did you not just try to end negotiation? She says curiously.
This would be a. This was just something. Yes, I do. I am trying to end negotiations based on the trading. This is just something separate. And if you're not interested, that will be absolutely fine. Just thought that. I just was curious if you're interested in location of something quite intriguing.
Navarius breaks out of whatever concentration that he's, his distraction for that moment, and he like turns a little slowly to like look at you.
What?
Now I am interested. She leans forward.
No.
Why not? It's there. It's not going anywhere. It's not particularly well hidden. It's not hidden at all. Sooner or later, everyone's gonna know. But of course, the question is who will know about it sooner?
You've already effectively traded for that. It's not.
Well, it's
It's not
location. Just the knowledge. It's not. We didn't have any contract that doesn't permit us to share the knowledge with somebody else.
You're playing semantics with them.
They were playing semantics with us.
They were, yes. But you can't trade that knowledge anyways. We've already effectively given it to them. Yeah, I'm sure if you tried even exchanging knowledge of it, it counts as invalidates part of the contract that you made with them anyways, because you're taking a negative action against them by releasing information to others, to other people.
Oh, we have some contract experts here. Look at terrain.
Terrain is pale white, and he is just staring at Nia in absolute fright.
At Nia?
Yes,
What about Nia?
he is 80% sure that you were just about to sentence their child to death.
So I guess that's a bad idea then. Well, looks like we can't do that either.
Do what?
Sorry for taking your time.
What can't you do?
Provide the location of this.
We've sold information about something to another independent nation, and we are contractually obligated not to share any more details.
Very well.
I'm sure being a devil, I'm sure you understand the constraints of a contract.
I understand. Still rude to tease my interest.
I'm sorry,
That is okay. Food is brought out for everyone.
thank you for your hospitality. I guess the final question is, would you still be interested for us to try and find employment for your town? Without a contract in place?
No.
No. Okay.
She laughs. You must be quite the wealthy group. I very rarely get turned down by mortal kind.
Souls are always more important than material wealth, Nail.
So mortal kind finally begins to learn. Very well. She stands up after she finishes eating. And she leaves the room.
Navarius didn't touch a single morsel, and as soon as this unpleasantness is done, he stands up, ready to go.
Okay.
Alright, do you all head back to the ship?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
The ship is gone.
The ship is there, waiting.
Oh, okay. Yes, we get on the ship and sail off. Unlucky.
There is a small crate on the top deck of your ship.
Any magic from that? That's scary to see the moment we get back on top.
No. Tyrion
still
would get
say
Connor to
stay
open
away
the
from it.
crate.
Should we open it?
I am back. What did I miss?
Dabo was convinced not to sell the location
All right.
because everyone was afraid that Nia's child is going to pay the consequences.
That's good. They're totally not a hostage, though. Hint, hint.
I mean, I don't really know why they would pay the consequences, but okay.
Yeah, what I mean is, they're not a hostage. They're just one. Yeah, no, fuck it.
Because we're basically giving information to a third party, and
Okay. And in the contract of giving information to the third party, we could add a non-disclosure agreement. Ta-da!
The threat of people is problematic. From my knowledge and levels.
From your knowledge, you've got no idea. Far
I
too
You guys
can tell you
mind if I ask?
exactly. I can tell you exactly what their plan was. Devils deal in centuries, in time. Time is meaningless to them. What they wanted with resources to establish a foothold. All the
Yes, but what I
people
mean is
that they
they
had here,
said
they were only concerned with training them and teaching them to use them over the course of several centuries for them to build what they wanted. They had
Yes.
long-term plans to actually cause damage to everywhere around us. The idea of us even helping them in any remote way is absurd. They may have had use for the immortals in the beginning, but they wouldn't have use for them in the end.
what I mean is that she said that the trade of what was it, James? The trade of lives is problematic,
That is what she said.
Yes.
which doesn't match what I know of devils. I was hoping to ask her about it, but in fact, where are we at the moment? Sorry, I had to step out.
Just arrived back at the ship. There's a crate
Did
on the
we,
deck, and Connor is currently opening it.
did we
Once
decide
he
to
Should we be
finishes-
opening this crate? Elvaris, you seem to be the devil expert.
Did we decide what
I
to
don't
do
s-
about the trade?
I don't sense any magic on it. So if it's something not magical, then
Well, it's
either
Well, can we accept the gift from them?
normally there has to be an explicit. Whenever you deal with a devil, there has to be an explicit understanding of a contract at hand, either made by word, either by a promise that you make, or an agreement, or writing it down. Them receiving a gift to us may have something that comes along with it. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm sure I can take a lore check. Can't I?
Question:
Yep.
Have we left the town already?
No, we're at the port.
Is it possible? Do you guys mind if I spend a
No,
moment
no,
to
no,
talk
no.
with her? Or... No. Why?
He rolled on that
There you
one. That's why he said no. Okay, so
Ah.
gifts from devils are freely given. Usually they're an attempt to bribe you in some way, but there is no binding agreement because of a gift.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so Connor can go ahead and open it.
He opens
Do you guys
it,
mind
just
if
a
I
gift.
try
and
to?
there's 12 small cakes in there. They appear to be fruit cakes.
Oh, I want one of those. But Nia is too depressed at the moment to care. Moving back.
What quality are they? Can I inspect the fruitcake?
Just like the food at dinner, they are +4 quality.
Right.
James.
Yeah.
Actually, the party. Do you guys mind if I take like a few hours before we leave to talk to them? Is that acceptable to the devil, James? Are we still allowed in the city? I mean,
You don't
She's-
know. She got up after the deal broke down, she allowed you to finish eating, and she left the room.
She's likely not interested in us any longer since we have nothing to
didn't
provide.
seem-
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
see. Do you guys
I
mind if
don't
I
think-
try? We have standing permission to be in the town, if I'm not mistaken, right?
She
I
has
don't-
not revoked your invitation.
Yes. I would like to inquire about that. Somehow I feel it's important. It will not take long. James, I'm gonna go to the docks.
To the docks, you're currently at the docks.
Yeah, but like we're on the ship, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back down.
Okay, you go back down.
I'm gonna look around. Do I see them?
Not at the docks. The last place you saw them was the town hall that was outfitted.
I will walk into town a bit, find somewhere without actively going to the town hall. But like close to the town hall, I'm gonna sit there and see if she approaches me for a little bit.
Okay. You sit down for a bit, and after about 10 minutes, you see footprints in the ground. They start
Alright.
appearing in front of you, leading a path.
I will follow, I guess.
Okay. You're led around town a little bit, and then eventually to town hall.
I will
Nilvarius and
knock.
Sabo, I'll give you each 5 inspirations if you pack up the ship and leave without Nia.
Very tempting.
Feel free.
No, no, no.
Worth a shot. Okay, you knock and she opens the door.
We have no reason to do that.
Excuse me.
We have 10 reasons to do that, no worries.
I do not mean to bother, but I was hoping I could ask you a question if possible.
Of course.
Oh, yeah, you mentioned you found the trait of people problematic.
Yes.
Would you be willing to tell me a bit more about that?
To trade in people is to trade in houses without owning the land the house is on.
To trade souls, not people.
Trade in people is it's like trading in houses without owning the land. She said.
Yes.
Do you refer to souls?
Yes.
I see.
The house is worthless. It is the land that is valuable.
So your opposition to the dealing of slaves is because you do not think it valuable.
I have answered your question. Do you wish to ask
course.
another?
I'm assuming that would cost me something?
What do you have to give?
Not much. I thank you for your answer.
What are you? A changeling, I know that, but why that form? You appear to be a hybrid. A mix of an Asimar and a demon. Was that intended to be an Asimar and a devil?
Dangerous it would be to reveal anything to this person? It's probably unwise, but nonetheless, it's better for me to check.
There is certainly power in knowledge. How dangerous? That entirely depends on this person's influence.
I have my reasons.
I answered your question.
Yes, you did.
Very well then.
It was a ship of a mad person who once lived.
That is what, not why.
I remind myself of their existence.
Interesting. Very well.
I thank you for your time. I hope to see you again in the future. Goodbye.
I thank you for yours, and I do not wish the same.
She nods and leaves.
Okay. He arrives
Back
back
to
at the
ship I
ship.
go. She
Back up and
enters
go.
wordlessly and goes to her room.
Okay.
All right. James, how have been the updates from Naya?
Well, they've just started their classes,
Right?
which means Naya has not had much to do.
Is she finding the experience too soul shattering?
It's more aggravating than soul shattering.
I would imagine so. She's a warrior after all.
She's a warrior without a
Oh, that's
war.
I imagine she's not planning to find a job in this nation because they're fucking assholes.
There are no wars to fight in this nation. She is too
Even if
brutal
without
to be a
wars.
guard.
Is she?
Substantially so.
No pit fighters either?
There's only a single region that actually allows that sort of thing. To most of the nation, it's barbaric.
No for her to train?
Training is pointless without a fight to look forward to.
Well, there's gonna be a fight. She knows that. Going fighting Greystone.
Yeah, but that nation isn't going to help us, is there? Are they?
But to train, I mean.
She doesn't expect
yeah.
to be at that fight because she's got to be here for the child.
It is possible for us to let her be at the war. Well, I'm going to figure something out. We'll not deprive her of something that's crucial to her herself, or so that Naya can fight. She will.
Oh.
Okay. So, are you leaving the port?
Yeah.
Where are you heading to?
Are we gonna go further inland to look for the people that she
No.
mentioned she sold, or?
Well, maybe after we swim away, we can fly around, but I don't want to fly this ship in Devil Land, thank you.
Do you think I should try sending them?
Sending Aiden.
No, I mean the Osimar. What's the name again?
Aiden.
Aiden.
No.
Oh, you're
Aiden,
shitting. There's
yes.
two of them.
There's two of them.
Yeah,
A lot of them.
different spelling.
Yeah, I'm gonna sending Aiden. I think if you guys think it's a good idea.
Do you really want to find out that Aiden needs our help?
I am not beholding to help him immediately if we cannot handle it. But I would rather know than not know. Would you not?
Okay, go on then. I think maybe I
Thanks,
rather would
Aiden.
not know because then I would want to help.
Okay,
I'm
so you're
sending the
casting sending?
Osimar.
What would you like to say?
We've learned details that left us worried. What is your status?
Who is this? Help in the dungeon.
Sabo was right.
That's always right. I'm always right.
I'm gonna ask sending him again to clarify the same in the town dungeon, and I'm gonna tell him the town name. And then
You
if
should
he
identify who
replies,
you are. The
and then yeah,
understanding of
I'm gonna
who,
say it's Nia.
the
He
understanding of who
knows
you are
very
will
well who I am at this
translate
point.
over.
Nia? Is it really you? Below the town hall.
See, I'm gonna let the others know.
That explains the magic that I sensed. There is an aberration and transmutation underneath the city hall when we were there. Kept on trying to spend my time trying to isolate it and understand it, but it's too weak or too obscure to tell.
Oh, now you know. Question becomes: are we interested in picking a fight because it's the right thing to do? This is someone that was an ally to us, but nonetheless, it is
Can we fight
complicated.
this demon?
Devil.
Devil?
No racism.
It is the right thing to do, but we don't really know how to gauge how powerful this devil actually is.
Presumably very. She certainly looked the part.
If we were to do this, we would definitely need to fetch Kevin and Yesla.
Yes.
We tell them they're gonna want to come and save Aiden.
Yes. Want is one thing. I want. But to want is not to be able to.
Oh, I guess we go back and fetch them either way. And we'll think if, well, now we want to help him.
It is better to know than to not know, even when it feels otherwise. Knowledge
Okay.
is a gift.
They'll like for a day and then we both flying is faster, right? So we fly up and go to the capital to fetch some reinforcements.
What's the time difference between here and there, anyways?
We need encounter rolls, by the way.
For traveling back, yeah.
How many are we doing?
Actually, no,
Oh,
you
so
guys
it's
can
8
just
weeks.
fly, so it's 6 weeks. So it's just the first
Okay,
6.
well, disregard the last two. 110,
Roll for d10.
which is a 3.
You see a small group camping on a small, well, on a small landmass.
Humans? They have a boat?
No. The landmass could be
Of human.
connected to a much larger landmass. Well, it could be a part of a much larger landmass. You're not sure. It stretches for as far as you can see. Could be a separate island. It could be.
We kind of know this territory, so is this new?
You've not been over this point before.
We just flew from the capital to this town and now we're flying back.
Yeah, but it's not a straight line.
Okay. But you know, we've explored this region well.
No.
Before the shifting.
Before you were doing basically a curve around.
Okay.
That was the path
Okay.
that you kept going back and forth for. Now you're able
Okay,
to
I
try and
see.
take a straight line.
I guess let's go down, chat with them.
Okay. You land down in the water, and you see the 3 humans get up and approach the beach. They appear to be maybe adventurers.
I will approach.
Oh, what are you doing on the end of this very long land bit?
We're just out exploring and mapping out the terrain.
All right. I guess that's
So
it then.
this
We can
connects
leave.
back to the continent.
Yeah, our home. Who are you?
What's your home?
We're not at liberty to tell you that. What nation has
Pretty please?
flying vessels?
No, not a nation, just us.
We're independent.
I see. Adventurers.
Explorers, but for ourselves. Merchants sometimes.
Would you perhaps sell us your map? We have the authority
We
to
should be
offer
doing
you
this.
400 gold for it.
I'm fine with that. Are you guys fine with that? We
Our
should have
map.
copies of the map, right?
I mean, our map is we're substantially more than 400 gold, considering it's a fucking world map. Well, not a world map, but it's pretty fucking massive map at this point.
We can send them
mean-
the regional map, right? You mean what?
I wouldn't call your map a substantial map.
Compared to what they might be able to gather on foot.
Definitely better than what they could gather on foot.
Are you unwilling just to tell us where you come from?
Royal decree.
Why don't you, instead of the location, just tell us the name? And if we know it, we know it, right? If we don't know it, what the hell are we gonna do with the name?
I'm sorry, we're not allowed to. We can't even carry out our house sigils.
See,
Are you
seems
from
good.
far away?
We can't tell you, I'm sorry.
Oh, fine. Just take the map for 400 gold.
Sorry.
Do you swear that this is a true map?
You're not lying to you.
But do you swear
This is
it?
really close to the nation, right? This like imminently
Yeah.
close. Yeah.
Basically, it's across the river from the nation. Well, across a quite wide river. Takes about a day to cross it normally.
This is the map we've been using to navigate.
Thank you. They pull out basically 40 platinum and hand it to you.
Alright.
You can see that these
I
are
see.
odd platinum coins. They are of platinum weight, but they have no sigils.
Hmm.
They have no marks, no faces, nothing. They're just flat.
I suppose you're not authorized to sell your map.
We're not even authorized to draw it.
Yeah, then.
I thank you truly for selling this to us.
No
Fun, I
biggie.
guess. So they're on the part of the kind of landmass where the demons are.
No, this is the landmass where the cannibals were.
Ah. Okay.
Or we met the anti-human girl?
Yes.
Yeah.
Though that was
Okay, well-
about a week upstream from here.
Okay. Well, let's keep going then.
Okay. The next day, well, 2 days later, you'd arrive back. Okay.
We go. So, guys, are we telling Kevin?
Oh, actually, no, you guys. Well, you've got to go there anyway, but it's going to be another 2, 4, 6 more rolls to get there.
6?
Yeah.
Only about two weeks from Shalom to the capital.
Yeah, but you're traveling every day. These aren't weekly rolls.
Ah.
You guys switched to fast traveling rather than careful traveling a few weeks ago. Roll 1d100, please. Sorry, not 1d100. 2d10. My brain auto-corrected.
Was wondering why am I rolling a D100?
Sorry, I'm back.
Welcome back.
What did I miss?
Well, you guys are traveling and you see a massive acid cloud.
Oh, look.
Yeah, I guess we avoid the massive acid cloud.
Yep.
Because that doesn't sound fun.
No, it certainly isn't. And the 7 is you get there 1 day sooner.
Hey. Are we gonna tell Kevin about it?
Ultimately, the right thing to do is for us to rescue that person.
It is the right thing for us to do. We should inform Kevin. Something that we should do. We need to approach this cautiously, but we can't allow this to happen.
So
I agree with Navaris.
I'm gonna let you guys inform Kevin. Just make sure that he understands that we need to approach this cautiously. Because I don't know how to do that.
James, I'm gonna sending Aiden again.
Okay.
Aiden, check in. It's Nia again.
Stay out of my head. Stay out of my head.
Alright, he's alive.
If I didn't know any better, I'd be willing to bet they're probably rendering him down into essence stones, if I had to guess.
Either that or she's letting the natural aggression from devils to Osimars take its course and torture him for her own pleasure. While that might seem like a more demon thing to do than a devil thing, we know that there's a literal natural urge to harm between them. So it is not out of the realm of possibility. Alright, I'm gonna go find Kevin.
Okay.
Yeah, I go with Nia.
Nia looks very thankful for your company, Nilvaris.
Yeah, this is definitely something that has gotten his interest and something that we definitely need to do. We cannot ignore this.
She bumps her shoulder against you. It's a very mute show of thankfulness. Alright. Now to find that short man.
I'm assuming we find him at our new house.
Joy. Let's hope he's alone.
The new house's
also-
construction is going slow, but well, it's livable now.
We make sure we
Okay.
gather everybody. Isla, Leuven, everybody.
Nia, what's your AC?
My AC.
What?
Hold on.
She could get slapped.
37.
Okay, and what is it without
Why?
dexterity?
Why do you ask? 31.
Okay. I'll spend an inspiration on this just because I'm optimistic.
I'm countering you. Fuck you. Actually, no, I'm not, I guess, because I would have to counter after, so. Oh.
Well, no, you would counter immediately.
Well, I don't have to counter because it's an attack roll, yes?
Yeah.
So I can just give it disadvantage after. Which is the same as countering.
That's
this return.
countering.
Whatever.
Okay. She misses you as Nia tried to stab
Who?
you in the shoulder. Well, Nia tried
Naya
to stab
trying
you
to
in the
stab
shoulder.
me? Why? Actually, before that. James, what do I roll to not, respond the way I'm trying to?
Will save. That's actually a success. You have self-control.
Alright. So instead of stabbing, I just point a polearm at her neck.
She smiles at you. Welcome back.
Thanks.
You're on guard.
Yeah. You should be too.
Should have been more, but I don't have enough. She grits her teeth.
We're gonna get you someone to murder. Don't worry about that. Don't worry, darling. We're gonna spill blood real soon.
Good.
Healthy relationships 101.
Okay.
I'm going to hug my murder partner.
You know what's terrifying about that? Immediately after Nia says that, she's going to find Kevin.
Yep.
I mean,
You should be more worried about Yesla.
So I'm assuming we find Kevin. Kevin's in the house.
Yep. Yes, is currently cooking.
Yay.
Kevin, gather Yisla. We have something we have something important we need to talk about right now. Time is of the essence.
I don't know
You
how much
grit
of
your
the
teeth
essence
a
it
bit.
is. I imagine he's been there for quite a while.
Yes, it comes
And every
into the
single day
kitchen.
every day he continues to be there it's even more suffering.
Would you say, Jay?
Yes, it comes in from the kitchen.
I will decidedly not look at her.
He just nods to you, Nia. Do your thing,
Nia.
basically.
No, looks like you, thankfully. Alright, Kevin.
Yes.
There's been a few developments.
Okay.
I shall be straight with you, but I need you to. Well, she said I shall be straight with you. Then she pauses, looks at Naya. I will be frank with you.
I thought you were Nia.
A devil has acquired the settlement where we met the Osimar and the others.
Is Aiden okay?
Most of the people. He's being tortured at the moment. Locked in their basement.
All right, let's go.
We need to plan this carefully. The person in charge of this seems very powerful. I understand the urge to go there, guns blazing. Though we don't have guns. But
We
we
have
need to be.
guns.
We don't have good guns.
We have
But we need
very
to be
good
careful
guns on
about
the
this.
ship.
A devil. Her name is Nail. She attempted to try and create some sort of contract with us for trading purposes. Eventually, we managed to get out of that entire thing. While we were there, I discovered that there was some sort of chamber beneath that had strong abjuration and I think transmutation magic underneath. And we eventually learned through Nia using her sending that they were in a dungeon that was underneath the city hall, which makes sense since that's where I detected the magic. Once we made it clear that we weren't interested in trading our souls at the failure of a trade deal, we left. So at this point, who knows how much she thinks she knows about us? At the very least, she knows that we left, and she might not be aware of our attempted communication. But that is truthfully up in the air. There are ways to detect, even though it's rather discreet, sending spells, that is. We don't know for sure whether or not she would even be aware. But obviously, this is something we need to attend to. We don't know if there's anybody else or if it's just this Aiden individual. But there's a possibility that there are other people down there, since she said that all the townsfolk were sold to another individual by the name of Meredith? Maldeth?
Yeah, something
Some
along
M
those
name?
lines.
Some devil
I
name.
don't remember. The character would know. The player, that's just one random other name. But anyways, she said that she sold all these people over to them. It's very likely that she also had plans of developing this town into a stronghold. She wanted a lot of resources and she wanted skilled labor. Under the pretense that people should be allowed to come and go, but she seems consistent in only caring about the first 300 years or even 600 years. Who knows? Devils deal in very long periods of time. But regardless, there's obviously something that cannot stand, it cannot remain. Sorry, Nia, I didn't mean to take over it, but it's better just get it
I
off
do not
the open
mind.
immediately. Thoughts?
It is very possible that this devil is stronger than all of us, possibly combined. We have to be careful about this. If we show up once again, which we will have to, it is almost undeniable that she will assume we are there for hostile intention and will respond accordingly, even if she does not know that we have communicated with Aiden. We have to prepare for hostilities and come up with a plan to retrieve Aiden and leave. This is an extraction operation instead of an offensive one. Incidentally, James.
Yep.
How much do I and Naya trust Aiden at this point in time?
The apprentice one?
The apprentice, yes. This is gonna get confused real quick.
Naya does not trust him at all. In fact, Naya does
Really?
not trust
Does she not?
anyone that she cannot beat.
She cannot beat?
Correct.
She can't beat Aiden?
She hasn't fought Aiden.
Incredible. Point is, we could get either Aiden or someone else to watch the child for a little bit if
Now,
Naya
doesn't really
feels the
need
need to.
watching, but yes.
There has to be someone here. if Naya feels a need or desire to come with us. It is not an ideal circumstance, and I don't want to sacrifice the safety of her baby, but
Didn't the
It's true.
deal require at least one parent to remain there at all
No.
times?
Not really. I don't think it's required. I think that's more like what we wanted.
It was. It was.
The
They
deal
would
allowed
provide
up
housing.
to one.
No, the
Allowed
deal
up to
allowed
one.
as
Up to
many.
two.
They would provide housing for
Yep.
the parents. Got it. Okay.
And again, Aiden can't be here, right? He can't be in the city in this nation.
Can be, as long as he doesn't tell them where he's from. I don't know
Not a,
him by face. He already was in the council chamber. Didn't do anything.
I don't think we should risk that.
They explicitly left his punishment up to Kevin. Like the council directly made it a Kevin problem.
Now we're making this a Kevin problem.
I'm assuming Kevin would want to be involved in this. If he doesn't want to, we can just fuck off.
What do you mean involved in this? Rescuing Asimar Aiden?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. He's all on board and thinks we should go now.
Right, what's the plan?
We go there and we get Aiden.
How?
I kind of figured we'd figure that out when we get there.
Looks no various.
We need to go.
If we go and fail, it's the same as not trying at all.
That's not true even a little bit.
No, it totally is. There's worth in the attempt, but for Aiden it won't matter at all. If our objective is to spare him for pain and not to self-vanglorize, sort of self-glorify our own attempt, then we have to be careful about this to ensure that we get what we want to get. Failure and not trying are the same in the eyes of the victim. Only fools rush in.
Do we try to ask her to give us Aiden? Do we attack her? Do we try to sneak in? Do we
I think-
need to buy anything before we go?
We have to remember
I
that
think-
Milvarius told us the place is flooded with ghosts. They wouldn't know if we try to sneak in unless we found a way to go around that.
I don't.
I think
Sneaking
the
in is
best
gonna.
bet is just talk to them.
Sneaking in is gonna be difficult to do. She was aware of us actually arriving as is.
Okay, so we bring
Trying to-
Kevin there to
trying-
talk to her.
Trying to converse with them means that if we wanted Aiden back, it would require a deal. It would require exchange, a soul for a soul, at the very least, if not more. Doubt she would actually
Nipples
give
killing
up
profits.
Aiden for anything. Exactly. So either we deal or we kill.
Kevin will look to Yesla to see if she has any thoughts on it.
We should try and deal our
There's
way
a
out of
chance.
this.
Sorry, say it again.
We should make a deal. They're devil,
Who's saying
right?
who's saying this?
Yes, sir.
Alright.
Yes, like you're suggesting a deal with the devil.
We have to.
Mia definitely
Weren't you
doesn't say
extremely
What's up?
opposed to them before?
Yes, she was.
What's changed? That you're willing to deal with the devil?
She looks you in the eyes. So much has changed.
Okay, well, if you happy to bring you to may try and make a deal.
What kind of deal are you thinking?
Nothing that involves our souls. Could do a task one time. Could do
Tasks take time.
yes. I don't know. Items, devils like
Either-
them, according to Leuven.
Either we deal or we kill.
James, the first ingot that I unlocked, apart from being a very good piece of metal, is there something special about it? Like it
There's
was supposed
something
to be an
incredibly
artifact.
strange about it. You're not sure what though. It's not something that can be identified. It is something supernatural about it though.
So do I need to spend more time to figure that out, or do I need to actually try to do something with it?
It would require research to figure it out.
Okay, so I would have started, I guess. Good.
All right.
Alright, so we go.
Well, while we go, you better think what you're willing to deal with if you're gonna try and deal. But I'll stay on the ship and wait for the deal to go bad, and then I'm gonna blast.
Or who are we leaving in the kingdom? Or is Naya staying in the kingdom?
I'll keep an eye on your child. You should all go. If I go, then there's a goddess there that she might try to extract more value from in exchange for this person.
Well, if you go, you might be able to fight her.
Yes.
But I suppose if I'm making a deal, then that's
I will not fight her.
right. There we go. I'm not fighting her. Kevin, looks like you're making a deal. Don't sell my soul.
Why would I?
That's what she's gonna want. Nulvarius, as the expert on extraplanar things, do we need to buy something to prepare in case for the demon?
I think maybe I need to go visit the library, see if I can actually what else I can learn based on what I saw. If I can diagnose what kind of devil she actually is.
Yep.
Maybe it'll prepare us a little bit more.
How much time are we willing to spend researching?
Every moment that we waste is another moment that he's not free.
Okay, Nulvarius, go grab some books, and we sail off. I look at Nulvarius with a. I ask you to make sure, Kevin, that this is not like this.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I didn't want to tell Kevin.
Unfortunately, we can use his help.
Yes, we just didn't have to use it. Tell him immediately so that we're not forced to immediately go.
We should immediately go anyway.
What you need to
Fine.
discover is if it's a possibility that maybe Nia, are you capable of casting 5th rank spells yet?
More or less. Well,
Then you're gonna learn banishment. I need to find out what kind of devil this is and what its anathema is. If you can figure
Where
if I
are
can
you
figure
going
that
to
out.
banish them to?
It'll, at the very least, it should send them back to where the convergence point probably is.
I already know banishment.
Okay.
Maybe we should find out how banishment works right now.
We don't know, Sabo. We honestly do not know. There's no. We haven't. I haven't attempted it since after the
Well,
collapse.
probably someone
The-
here has
the-
attempted it in this city. Instead of going against that demon with a spell you don't know how it's gonna
Devil?
work, probably better devil. Probably better figure it out.
Well, even more reason I need to go look. Anyways, we came back here because we need to be able to make a plan. This is part of it. I don't want to leave this person or other people that might be there down there any longer than we need to. But if we need to make an actual surefire plan that we can fairly certain that we can actually succeed with.
Question.
Great.
Can you not cast banishment?
I'm sorry?
Can you not cast the banishment? Why do you need me? I can't use it, but
Because banishment, if we actually know of what kind of devil it is and what kind of object or is an anathema to it, it makes it more difficult for the devil to actually resist. And then with what we learn in Algara, we can coordinate an actual casting of it to make the spell even more powerful. That's why it matters.
I see.
So I will be back.
Question, what feat are you talking about?
Algara and Metamagic.
Right, yeah, we can do that.
We can coordinate a cast of banishment, and if I have an object that's there, it gets a -2 penalty to its save. So it's one more thing that actually really be in our favor. So if that's an option, I don't know. Who knows if it would actually work, but one more thing to have in our arsenal, we can attempt at least.
Right. I think that I should be one using meta magic, and you should be the one casting the spell. Your spells are going to be stronger than mine.
It doesn't matter for banishment. It's a 5th rank regardless. I can't get the only way to make it stronger is having access to 9th rank, which neither of us do. Both of us have access
Meta,
to 5th rank. So we can
what I mean is
cast
that your spell save DC is going to be higher, which means that it's a higher chance that she gets a failure instead of a critical failure. Instead of a sorry, it's a higher chance that she doesn't crit in it. Then we manage to knock it down to a failure. Because we want to use dampen.
No, we would be empowering our spell.
James, how does that work?
It increases the degree of success. So basically, if it failed its will save, I'm assuming it would turn into a critical failure. Increases it by 1 degree of success for 1 rank.
So critical
Yeah, but that make her
critical failure would become failure. Failure would become success. Oh, sorry, no. Success. Critical success would become success. Success would become failure. Failure would become critical failure.
all right. And we do have the same spell prepared, so cool. We can do that.
So I'm gonna go to the library and I'm gonna go find by myself if some research materials on this topic.
Okay, I assume you're going to pick up a book on banishment.
Yeah, basically on devils
fresh
and on their specific anathemas.
Yeah.
Obviously, using that to see if I can diagnose what kind of devil this is that we're dealing
From
with.
experimentation that's been done over the last couple years, banishment seems to only affect creatures. Well, there are very few creatures that banishment seems to function correctly on. It appears that all creatures are to some extent native to the material plane. Ghosts are one of the rare exceptions. They can be banished to the ethereal plane.
So it wouldn't even send them back to their convergence point.
No. Banishment is a planar transport, not a location, not a distance transport spell.
Oh, okay.
Does you just do nothing in the moon?
Unfortunately,
All right.
you would need to somehow bind them to some sort of new plane, like bind that either that creature or all devils to a new plane before banishment would work. Sorry, hiccup. That being said, you are able to find their Can I get a planar law check? Ideally, one related to devils if you've got one.
Not one specifically.
James, I need you to tell me what my alignment is at the moment.
Chaotic neutral at the moment.
Alright.
Actually, I believe it was chaotic neutral. Let me check. Unaligned.
Unaligned. Why is that? What does that mean? True neutral?
It means you do not have an alignment.
Is that the same as true neutral, or is there something wacky going on?
It means that you are not applicable to be judged for an alignment.
Can I ask, guesstimate why is that?
What have you done that could make you undetectable for creatures to judge you for an alignment?
James, have I done anything of that sort? That I can remember?
No.
I will go check with Yami.
Why would you check with Yami?
They might know.
What? Why might they know? Know what exactly?
You don't know
Uh,
in character.
My alignment is related to some of the spells I can cast.
Okay, which spells?
I'll send you in private.
Okay, so
Oh, that's great.
okay,
James, correct me if I'm wrong.
hold up. I'm answering
That will
Novarius's
mean-
question first.
Oh.
The total was 47.
You could get your hands on a contract that she has signed. That would certainly count. But you don't really have to worry about that since you can't actually get the spell off. As for other important information, silver is quite good against devils. Holy silver is amazing against devils.
In the fact that it's able to harm them effectively.
Not just that it's able to harm them, it harms them. A devil cannot really hold holy silver because it causes them harm just from contact.
Should we be trying to get a weapon from made of holy silver?
Apparently, we have holy silver.
So eventually he comes back, he unloads stuff that he actually learned. He makes sure to tell Saba that he was right in his assessment.
James, before we begin, I have to ask a question I was going to ask before. So does that mean that if I'm true neutral, and the spell said within a step of my alignment, is that every alignment?
Yes.
Today's a good day.
Okay. Well, there is. I could save us some time, and I reckon I could get Aiden out quite easily. I don't know if the devil will be happy about it, but
What do you mean?
could wish him here, or perhaps we can try sending the genie and asking if the genie could, wishing through the genie him here.
That is worthwhile.
It would be the fastest option. Probably the most painless for Aiden. I don't like making enemies in that way, but
So would you like to try the genie route?
I don't know. Do you want to go make a deal with the devil anyway? We could start
I shall
heading
be
there. I
back.
could make a few holy silver weapons on the way if Tyrain would let us borrow some holy silver. Could get there, maybe fight it, maybe not. Not gonna impose this on anyone. It's
No, I like the. Question: does anyone here know how they can edit our senses?
the what?
yes, it's not
Ah,
simple, but you can do it with rule elements. What are you trying to do?
I need to add 30 feet to my dark vision. We can do that later. Fine.
so they want to vote?
I think we should try the genie route. Or the wish route.
Kevin, do you want to negotiate?
I think the best way, while I don't necessarily like the idea of making enemies with the devil, it's something we've done before.
I'm back.
So chalice or genie?
Probably try the genie, but I can obviously the chalice is this is a wish that doesn't cost too much. Keep in mind, as soon as we rescue him, it's probably gonna be back to he's probably gonna want our help in taking revenge or something.
That is not a good reason not to do it. You can understand the urge to minimize issues, since we have a collection of so many of them.
I'm okay doing it.
All right.
Okay. So, is it genie path?
Genie or chalice, guys? Decision time.
Well, it's you and Alvarez who can do the genie. You got the sendings.
Navaris, what do you think? Genie or chalice?
I mean, either way, it'll ultimately produce the same effect in the end.
Isn't it better to use a chalice then?
Hard to say.
Since you can estimate the cost of the chalice, the genie can produce stronger effects. It's better to save it for a more emergency situation, is it not?
We don't know if the genie is going to be available in an emergency situation. We will figure out if we can use it. Also valuable information.
Right. Navaris, do you mind sending the genie, or should I?
You should, because I'm currently losing my nose right now.
Right, James, I'm gonna message sending the genie. What do we want to be sending him?
Well, it's going to be a wish, so it should be carefully worded.
But remember, it needs to be worded within 25 words as well. It's a limitation of sending.
Oh, motherfucker. Yeah.
But for a wish, that's enough.
Nilvarius, I'm gonna have to ask Nilvarius to help me with this in character.
I wish for.
I don't.
Aiden?
Nia doesn't know the limitations of that guy, and she doesn't want to say the wrong thing and to have every Aiden on the plane teleport her to her boat.
Well, one thing to keep into consideration is that the genie you've never sent the genie ascending, so you just identifying yourself is going to cost three words. So you're really only left with 22 words, and you need to specify what exactly you want. We know the name of the devil. We know where she's at.
Well,
Now
you
we
can
have
just
to
say,
create
my
the
friend
action.
Aiden the SMR. That's 5 words to identify the creature.
Sorry. You're trying to actually remove Aiden, not do that.
Yeah, we're trying to extract Aiden. That's what we're trying to do with the wish.
I am Nia. I wish my friend Aiden, the SMR, that's 10 words, to be brought to me, that's 5 words. I've got 10 left.
From the
Well,
dungeon
you
he's
don't need to say
currently,
from when the.
I guess, unharmed.
I guess maybe you say from to make the wish cheaper, so
Yep.
it doesn't have to search.
From the town, and then the town name. Apostrophe dungeon. Unharmed. I guess that would be it. If everyone's okay with this.
Yeah.
Alright, it's anytime. James, I'm sending the guy this.
Okay, where'd you put it?
I have to write it down.
Or say it out loud.
I guess verbatim would be, this is Nia. I wish for my friend Aiden the Asimar to be brought to me from the town of town name unharmed. Town name being the town name, James. 4 words left. I'm not gonna say thank you because I think they might fuck it up. Do I have to include the words I wish for at the beginning, James?
Yep.
Then I add those wishes, those 4 words at the beginning. That should be exactly it.
Are you adding them at the beginning, or are you adding them after you introduce yourself?
I believe that they were already there after you introduced yourself.
Yeah, I am Nia. Or if I said this is Nia, I wish for, and then everything else. That should be
Yeah.
exactly 25. Oh my god.
Well, I'm fairly sure you had. Okay.
Those words already
yeah.
there.
I wish for no 1, 33, 24 actually.
Okay. Good.
Okay.
Local Wishing Ranger. Okay. Checking if the genie's dead.
Yeah, actually.
Well,
I know. I figured.
we had to find out. So.
Okay. So, there is a flicker of light, and then a thud in front of you, Nia.
Does the guy show up?
Is it Aiden?
This is what you see
Thanks.
fall down in front of you, as you see bones fall and crack.
James, immediately as he shows up, I am touching him and I am casting Veil of Privacy.
Okay.
I think we need some healing here. I'm gonna just do my quick elixir and
on.
pour it into him.
He doesn't seem to be bleeding anywhere. There's no open wounds.
It's okay, just
It's actually a bit horrific what's happened. So you see him laying before you on the ground. His wings have been flayed to the skin on his back, and then it has been done in such a way so that the bones protrude, but they're not bleeding. The skin is healed around the bone. His arms and legs have had chunks removed. but they have been healed over quite carefully to not leave a single scar. Across his body, there's not a single mark, no bruises, no cuts, no scars. As he lays there before you, confused, disoriented.
I will kneel in front of him immediately after, because I have to do this in the beginning to touch him, to use the Veil of Privacy.
Okay.
I tilt his head up to look at me.
His eyes don't focus on you.
I pull his hair a bit.
It falls out.
Huh. James, can you answer the question I had about the Phoenix?
Which question?
Is it using the standard Pathfinder 2E stat sheet for the
No.
Phoenix? Can you send me the stat sheet at some point? Or show me, or send it to me?
I thought I gave you access to it.
It doesn't seem like it.
Okay, I'll give you access.
But can your chalice replicate spells?
Yes. It's better to just let him drink from it.
Don't forget the chalice is currently with Luthen.
Yeah, we'll have to fetch it.
Alright.
Kevin, you can heal bodily injuries, right, Kevin?
I don't think you can regenerate body parts.
Yeah, I can heal wounds, but not this.
To regenerate his body parts, we're gonna have to chop off the stubs to allow it to regenerate.
That's not how that works.
I'm pretty sure that's what Nia did once, right? Was it Nia? Because there has to be an open wound, right, for it to regenerate.
That is what Nathan did to, what's their name? Someone had their feet screwed up, and you guys they removed the stump, and they used Regenerate to restore that. But that was immediately, that was like days after the wound happened.
Can I tell how you can regenerate something like this?
After the soul in those limbs have died off, it's not possible. It takes a lot of time for your soul to die off in limbs.
So we're saying that we don't know how.
Is there anything Yesla can do for him?
I can check her sheet.
We can also we can also do a reincarnate on him.
Or you can use your wish on the genie. We know now that they're alive.
Yeah, the chalice wouldn't help in this situation.
Yes, I could cast Regenerate on him.
Try.
That even work?
I don't think it actually does, because it says specifically, it regrows one damaged or ruined organ, if any.
Well,
The
let's
count as damage has been removed. It says during the spell's duration, the creature can attach severed body parts by spending interact action to hold the body to the area that is severed from. You don't have the severed body parts.
So would reincarnate work?
Reincarnate grows a new body to fit the soul.
The soul's the heal.
Work.
I think
we know the soul is damaged. How do we know? How did we figure that out?
I think it's worth a try for Yesla to cast Regenerate.
Let's just cast it, see what happens.
Okay.
Alright, we take him back to
Fusion, Regeneration, which restores 15.
So we did this on the ship, right? We didn't have we even left the ship then place?
No, this is in this is in Kevin's
This
house.
is in my house.
Oh, so yeah, yes, let go.
It does not regrow missing limbs or organs.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You need to have the severed pieces in order to do it.
Okay, so how do we deal
Is
with
there
missing limbs
anything else
in?
she has that can help?
It does
Sorry,
regrow
Sabo.
organs.
So, Sabo, I couldn't hear you over everyone else.
What can we do to restore?
Let's see.
I'm not even sure how much a wish can actually do. I don't think a wish can restore an individual's soul, if that's the case.
A genie can probably.
Yeah, the problem is we just don't know if that's even the case.
I mean, regenerate also the ruined organs. Does any of these organs count as ruined? Instead of
You might be able to presume that there
missing?
is internal organs that are damaged that it might heal.
Okay, let's cast the spell. Let's cast the spell. Put all the healing we have on him,
Okay.
and then we go from there. Okay, let's
She
just put
is
healing
going to
on him.
cast Regenerate at the highest level she can. And you see that there are things moving inside of him as if filling out his internals. As you see clumps of something pressing up and distorting the skin all over his body.
Can I? All right. Can I take a knife and try? Or do we
I'm
need to
gonna make an
remove that?
incision.
Is that foreign objects?
It appears to be a foreign object as you cut him open and clay spills out.
And
I'll
we'll
be on
continue making
standby with
incisions around.
lay on hands to repair the wound so he doesn't bleed out as they are removing these things.
There is
I will continue
surprisingly
to make
little
incision
blood
and remove.
inside of his body. As you're healing him, blood is starting to fill him again. It appears like he was stuffed full of clay to hold his form. There are very little bones on his inside. Organs were entirely sliced up. You're not sure how he was still alive.
Is Regenerate helping?
Regenerating's doing what it can to restore the damaged organs, but there are just organs that are missing.
Right. Can we tell more or less if Reincarnate will work?
Reincarnate should restore missing organs inside of him. Anything vital to life, it is quite good at restoring.
So what about limbs?
Limbs, on the other hand, that is usually more grown to fit the soul.
I can probably make him limbs.
So if his
Yeah,
soul
prosthetics.
is
We'd have-
still intact, it would be fine.
I think we need to do the
Incarnate.
reincarnate. This
I think we
agree.
should probably talk to him.
He's not. He doesn't seem to be very
Instead of making
coherent.
life-changing
Well,
decisions
go on,
for
talk
him.
to him. Go on. Right here in front of you.
Can you hear us, Aiden?
Who's there?
Nia. Just talk to you, remember?
Who's there? He is murmuring, but he's not moving his tongue. He seems unable to hear or see you.
I will cast Sending to him, James.
Okay.
It's Nia. We're healing you.
Help me, please.
I think we regenerate him. He's begging for help.
Fucking hell, I wish his god would do something about this.
Gods are useless.
You hear that, Yesla?
She just raises her
Let's go.
eyebrows.
Let's help.
Can you
on.
get his god to help? What did
I
you
don't-
say it
It's
was?
just
I don't
us.
know his god.
That it was some Aegis thing.
Not every god knows every other god.
Ah,
Let's just let's reincarnate him, please.
how can he reach out to his god?
He's incoherent, Sabo. We have a duty to do this.
Okay. I don't mind. I mean, so what I
Kevin?
said we should do.
Yes.
We're going to do this.
I'll be back. I
I
need to go get herbs to actually make this work. I'll be right back.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, keep him alive while you do that.
What level is he? Because I need to know in terms of how much GP I need to use for him.
James Hamilton.
You're not sure off
do
the
we know
top of
how
your
much?
head.
A lot.
You guys know? But it depends on how much we have to spend in terms of herbs.
I think actually, isn't it? Navarius, you have sending, right?
Yeah.
What if you sending the genie, asking the genie to reincarnate him?
Or to give him back his organs, whatever. I don't know.
If I'm
I
understanding
think
the
regrow
nature,
his limbs.
I ultimately regrowing the limbs is not going to be important because, as James said, giving him limbs is not going to be helpful because his soul is basically detached from
We
those
don't
limbs.
know that.
Maybe.
How about
We have
James?
no way of knowing that. That is knowledge we do not have.
Question: what if we put him in a new, complete body, like was done to me?
If the soul doesn't have the connectors, then it can't connect.
Let's just
But either
reincarnate.
way- Yeah. Okay.
How much does it cost to reincarnate a level 20?
Level 20. That's heightened to ninth. That heightens ninth level, which I can't actually do. The highest I can go to is, hold on a second. I can heighten up to 7th, which is level 16, and the cost is 200 GP per level.
Okay,
200
rare
gold
herbs.
per level for what's the max level?
16.
I can do max. I can do a 16. If Yisla's the one performing the ritual, obviously she can heighten it to 9th, which is 20, and becomes 600 GP per level.
Can Yisla do reincarnate? Or
She's not familiar with
something?
the ritual, but if Novarius gives
she-
her the ritual, she can conduct it.
Yeah, she can conduct the ritual. All it requires is primary check, nature expert, and then secondary checks of occultism and religion.
All right, we do that then.
12,000 gold of herbs for 20th level. Or can Yesla heighten it higher than 9th?
She can technically. She'll take it to 10th.
But the
Okay.
ritual doesn't scale like that.
It doesn't have a slot that actually scales it up to 10th, though.
Yeah. It'll be to 20.
So then a custom ritual would be required for it.
Yeah, no, we have to bet that he's level 20. If he's
Okay,
not, then we're
fine.
Or
fucked.
less.
Yeah.
All right, so I go out into the town and go to get the necessary herbs.
All right.
So the casters, it needs nature expert as a primary.
Yeah, it needs nature expert. Which
Does Yesla have that?
Half
She
of
is
them,
nature
assuming so.
mastery.
Okay.
Good enough.
And then what are the secondaries?
occultism and religion.
All right,
I'm
who's the
absolutely
best at
useless at all
occultism?
of them.
All right, let's go.
Who can do occultism well?
I can do occultism plus 22.
I have, hold on. My occultism is plus 28.
Right.
Okay, and what about religion?
My religion is only plus 19.
That's better than mine.
Yeah, my religion's also 19.
You do
So
occultism, I do
Navarius
religion then.
occultism,
My religion
religion.
is 6.
I've got 12.
Okay, so Nulvarius occultism, near religion.
And
Kevin
can
can
I
try to
can
help
I
with
aid religion?
You can try, yeah.
Should be able to. James, did you give me access to the Phoenix?
Sorry, give me a moment. Okay, can you see it now?
Uh-huh.
Cool. Someone else asked me a question?
Is that for the correct sheet? For the Phoenix?
Yes.
Cool.
Okay.
I think I was just asking the question if I could aid the religion check. I
Yes.
assume yes.
Okay. So, Nilvarius, you guys are in the capital, which means there is actually 20,000 worth of herbs that you can get here. It's going to cost you 24,000.
We need
24,000?
12,000, not 20.
No.
Oh,
It's
12,000.
it's
That's
12.
substantially less
yeah.
then. So that'll just be 13,000.
Okay, I'll subtract another 1,000 then. I'm assuming that's a markup.
Yep.
Okay, I'll subtract. So I imagine after he goes shopping for like an hour or whatever, he eventually comes back with a bag full of herbs.
Yep, you had to go to a few different stops to actually buy out most of their stock, but
Yeah,
you've
makes
got it.
sense.
And Yesler's going to lead the ritual.
So he takes out the chalk and starts drawing the circle, getting it ready,
Oh,
probably telling
just
Isla
quick
what
question.
she needs to do.
There is a difference between success and critical success for the primary, right? It's whether you get to choose the body. Isn't that right?
It looks like it is. It's
Can you post the
random.
ritual so we can read it?
Okay, so with the custom
Yeah,
rules
cool.
for rituals, a critical success requires a critical success across the board, which just requires 3 total criticals for it. A success is just anything less than that.
Oh, gotcha. I see. I might be thinking of D&D's reincarnate. or something else completely. Not sure.
For a critical success, you reincarnate the target into a new adult body. The new body has full HP, and the same spells prepared as
That's what we're
for one who
going
died.
for. That's what we want to go for.
Well, getting critical successes across the board is going to be tricky.
Even just a standard success would be fun enough.
I don't know about you guys, but I have 3 themes. And there's 3 rolls.
Okay.
I have none.
Want to hand out your themes for this. But I suppose, what is the DC?
I'm gonna need one of those themes, Kevin. I think.
That I do not know because it doesn't specify either in Boundary and doesn't specify on the website either.
It's proportionate
about
to the creature's
DC.
level.
Yeah, Kevin, I'm gonna need one of those themes.
Yeah, I will pass out the themes to the 3 casters so that they can each use them.
Okay.
Pretty crazy.
That's
I admire that. If I had one, I would do
pain
this
for my ears. 3 songs at the same time.
again.
The fuck? Flurry really outdid herself this time.
Damn. They're all in the recorder too.
Whole new level of fucked up.
So someone has to actually deal the killing blow to him, by the way. So you actually.
Ah, that would
Okay.
be me.
Oh,
No,
if
you're
you
doing
feel
the
like-
ritual.
Sure.
Okay. Give me 2 more seconds to finish getting last thing I need.
What's the Phoenix think about the situation? Oh, doesn't give a shit, but
Stupid mortals dying.
it's like a cat. It really is.
Okay. Then I guess we can start with Yeslas.
Start with me finishing Aiden off.
We can start with you. Would you like to tear out his heart? How would you like to kill him?
Would you like to be nice about it?
Like to crush his soul.
No.
No, I'm not gonna crush his soul, but I'm going to take my dagger, come to him and say we'll do our best, and stab him in the heart.
Hope grass him.
Okay. You end him.
All right. Go, Yesla, go, go.
Okay, so Yesla succeeds. Actually, that would be a
Is it a
critical
critical?
success because of theme.
Nice.
Who's next?
Oh, they're there. Don't think the others are gonna critically succeed.
Do you want me to go next, Nuvaris?
I'll go. It's okay. I'll go next.
All right.
I'll go ahead and re-roll that, please.
Are you
Fair
using?
nothing.
Are you not using the auto crit from the theme?
The theme is plus 20,
Oh,
not an auto crit.
I thought it was just.
Ah.
Okay, so that
Okay.
brings it to a,
60 of 2. That is a critical
62.
success.
Okay.
Right,
And so
Kevin,
now
roll
we
your
aid-
age check.
Do I have a guidance spell? Can we get flurry?
What did they say
or-
for expert age, James?
Flurry was left behind on the island with the prince.
Right.
What's the DC for aid, James?
The DC for aid is 13 plus the creature's level.
Neo, what level are you?
11.
+5 that then.
Alright, success. Eight's +2, right? Or +1?
Plus 2.
Depends
And then
on
on a
if
critical.
if it's trained.
Alright, so
+1.
that's
Nice.
39 plus 20.
39 plus 20 is 69, which is another critical success.
It's
Wow.
59, but
Oh,
yes.
59, that is just a success then.
Then I +5 that.
So that's 64.
64.
64 is a critical success. So that's 3 critical successes. And it's time for Yasa to spend XP to bring him back.
Wait, why did she have to spend
Oh,
XP
no,
to bring
he
her-
just
bring him back? He
died.
just died.
He just,
Yeah, he just died.
Yeah,
Perfect.
yeah.
Thank you,
Less
Ritual
than a minute.
Sacrifice.
We're fine.
We use his own
I
assets to
roll?
bring him back.
Can I roll the d20, please?
What D20? It's a critical. We
Race,
choose what
race.
he gets.
Oh, really?
No, you don't
So,
choose.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's random. It's random no matter
Random
what. You don't
D20. 1 through
Okay, why
14.
did-
It's a
why did
common
we need a-
ancestor.
Why did we need a critical then?
You didn't need a critical.
So he would come back on full health with spell
Okay.
slots and everything.
Alright.
Waste
Can I
of
roll
3
the d20,
things.
please,
It
please?
was all my resources anyway. It's fine.
Okay, roll me
what I wanted to do.
1d36.
Only 36, never mind that then. 29.
Wait, really?
29, yeah.
29.
Did you not expect that?
It's an orc. I'm gonna have to re-roll that, and I.
Oh no, not a Volpi.
Even Asimar, it's incredible.
It's Vecna again.
It's one of Orm's dogs.
Okay.
It's Nathan Dias.
So, his body burns up. So his flesh. This starts by his flesh burning away, which was the last thing that was really him inside of his body. As you see glass eyes fall out, bone ears that were implanted in his ears after his were cut out fall away. His hair was not his own, as it had been threaded through his skin. This man was more a doll than a person.
Alright.
As inside of him, somewhere, something begins growing rapidly. It grows and grows and grows and starts splitting what was the clay mold of himself. As the old him breaks away. And then this creature keeps growing. It grows fur. It grows a trunk.
Oh,
Tusks sprout from its face.
Alright.
perfect.
I don't even know what ancestry that might be.
It's well.
Not a Nork.
It's a shade.
Sounds like a Loxodon.
Loxodons aren't a
Yeah,
Pathfinder
it's Fleur.
race, so I don't know if we're using them.
Well, I mean, it's an elephant race, or did I?
Also,
I
it
said
has
a trunk.
Fleur.
Beastkin for the ancestry.
That could very well
Something.
be, yes.
As this creature rises before you
What's her race?
and
Oh my God,
screams
it is
in
a
sheer
Loxodon.
pain.
Oh,
It's
it has
like
limbs.
nearly a lifetime of just agony wails from it.
That's okay.
As it falls to its knees, denting the floor.
It is a shade. Nice. I will run up to him.
It's over.
Look at me.
It's finally over.
Aiden, you're okay. Breathe. I'm gonna give the fucker a hug.
Fortunately, it had not been dead. Well, it had not been missing limbs long enough for its soul in its legs and arms to die.
Nice.
Lucky I decided to
Fortuitous.
go back there.
It didn't have a soul in its wings.
Well, new ancestry doesn't require wings.
No, the problem is it does grow a body to match the soul.
Yeah,
So
if
I'm
the
just
soul
making
had
sure.
if the wings had soul.
Hmm.
Makes sense.
It's over.
You're okay. Breathe. I'm gonna pat his back a bit awkwardly.
Thank you for coming for me.
Always. We're friends.
I couldn't see for so long. I couldn't hear for even longer. The only thing I ever felt was pain.
You're safe
So
now.
much pain.
I am sorry. I am sorry we did not come for you sooner.
He took so much of me.
He?
Yes. The
I see.
devil. I tried to fight him.
You're fine.
But Towns, it sold me out.
You're fine.
Were you the only one down there?
There used to be this devil girl. She would sit down there and read to me for hours. When I stopped being able to hear, she would write out. She would write out the stories so I could read them. And then he took my eyes.
I'm gonna hug him tighter. It's a bit awkward since he's a furry elephant, but you know.
He's about 9 feet tall.
It's a bit awkward since he's a 9 feet tall furry elephant, but
His hand is bigger than your head.
yeah, I figured.
Thank you all so much.
Fine. We're friends, aren't we?
Aiden, I'm really sorry this has happened to you, and I know you probably don't want any more bad news, but you have a new body now. The only way.
Could save you. I'm sorry. On the bright side, he told
He
me about
finally
his god,
takes
right,
note of it.
James?
Yes, he did.
You look like Shade now. Probably a message from your god. Isn't that right, Shade? Meta.
I don't know. I have not been receiving any divine intervention requests in my chat.
Nope. Most of the clerics aren't capable of doing so. Kind of died out in a few different churches. He just sits there, quite shocked at the moment.
I would imagine so. I offer him a hand to get up with, to help him get up.
He takes your hand and pulls you to the ground when he tries to get up.
I am sticking my feet in the floor and having Kevin help me pull him up.
Athletics check.
Yeah,
Come on,
I will
Kevin.
help him up.
I'm
Go on, Kevin
gonna
Athletics.
work on some clothing. I'm gonna make a
Very
nice
nice.
big cape and pants for him as quickly as I can.
42 on that athletics, James.
Okay, together you pull him to his feet.
I'm gonna lead him to a room where he can sleep.
The man cannot really move throughout this building.
He can crouch. We're gonna figure this out later.
Kevin, you have to rebuild it. Make it shade size.
What's a
Can he
shade
fit in the
size?
living room at least, James?
Yeah, but every step dents the floor.
Right. Can
Okay.
we take him to the corner of the room so he can curl up and sleep a bit?
And probably find him some clothes.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
making clothes.
Just cover him in a blanket.
Yeah.
And let him sleep for a little bit.
Okay, he passes out.
Mia is going to sit there with the guy for a little bit.
You see the genie appear before you.
Hey. Oh wait, no, she's depressed. Never mind. Forget the hey.
Wait, the genie just teleported it to us right now?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Greetings.
The genie
Oh.
does a deep bow.
It has been a while. How's your quest been?
James, I get up and approach a genie.
Okay.
I hug the genie.
You hug her and she feels weak.
It feels strange. Is everything okay?
I am fine.
Are you really?
It has just been quite some time.
Let me see.
Fine.
Take the time to rest. Does she hug me back, by the way?
She does, but weakly.
I'm gonna hug her tightly. It is not for long, but we have you while you're here.
What
Not
has
alone.
drained you so? Did committing to that wish cause you to be drained, or is the magic that's powering you running out?
It is no single wish that has drained me so, but the stacking up of costs.
To keep the thing safe.
To grant the wishes.
Do we stop asking your wishes?
I am here for the opposite reason, to grant the ones that I owe you still.
I have abdicated from mine, unfortunately. I've used it for a noble cause, so I will not be here for this. But James, do I know if genies have like human emotions?
Their emotions aren't human, but they have emotions.
Does she feel like? Does she react well to the contact of the hug?
Not in the same way a human does.
But
She understands the reason for it and takes appreciation in that, but contact alone does not drive positive feelings.
if the reason gives her appreciation, then can I assume that remaining there to give her comfort would bring her comfort from the intention, if not the act?
You can presume such.
Then I will do that, as the others do their wishing.
But if we make these wishes, won't that drain you even more so?
Yes, it shall.
But if that happens, how are you going to be able to take care of your quest to protect what you hold?
I cannot speak of the measures I have taken, but they will exceed my duration.
Okay, I understand.
Is this what you want? Is this how you want to go?
You all aided me when I needed aid. You gave me what I needed to succeed. If I am to die, I would choose no other way to go.
James, matter what do we know of genie reincarnation circles, if there are any?
Genies don't technically have souls as far as you know.
What will happen to you once you go?
I will be gone.
You will cease to be?
Like the breeze.
Are you okay with that?
Why would I not be?
We will miss you. I will. You are a noble creature, and you have fought for a noble cause. If there was anything I could do to spare you this fate, I would, but if this is the way you wish to go, I must respect your wishes.
The Lajin's name is Dofkin Karhara. Because I have that written down still.
That's correct.
Thank you for not asking me to pronounce that name.
Any chance any of you are just gonna wish for them to, like, continue alive after? Like, to
I wanna
Not die
don't
or
wanna.
something?
I think both me and you have donated our final wish, which would be
Yep.
one after this.
Wait, we have? There's another wish after this?
Yeah, I believe, Nia, that was your fourth wish that you just used.
Yes. We
I think
only
me
had
and
4,
you
right?
we
We
had
had
5, but
5.
me and you promised the fifth one to the genie.
Ah.
I also gave my third one to the genie.
Considering how much XP she has, she's probably not going to make it to that point.
Okay.
Alright, so the
Well,
others have wish?
Yeah, I had my 5th. I thought you guys had also still had an extra one, but I forgot that you gave wishes
Kevin
away.
still has his 4th and 5th, but considering there's like a year between the 4th
so
and
we
5th.
get to. So I guess me and you get to have our fourth, and
And I don't get any, right?
you can't make one for a year anyway.
Nia looks a bit sad about that, but she is content with the fact that she helped someone she liked.
Naya walks forward.
Oh yeah,
And
my
we're gonna
wife's
we're
here,
gonna
and she
wish
has a
we're
wish.
gonna wish the child back.
She can wish for whatever the fuck she wants. Her
Yeah.
wish. I'm not gonna stop her. It's not a great idea, but she's not dumb, she knows that.
I
Nia
wish
has
for
faith in
those
her
who have
wife.
caused pain to my family to die a most gruesome death.
Oh,
Oh, Jesus.
a few people are going to die.
Has anyone here ever damaged Nia?
The genie nods, places her hands together, and then dissolves.
Well, I guess that solves the rest of our wishes.
sorry, I need a second.
I'm still here. I'm just waiting for the shoe to drop. So someone is getting ready, butt clenched.
Ah. I can't say that's a way to solve, doesn't it?
Oh my god, I'm sorry. I need a minute.
So do we need the new council? Who died?
Other
It's
than the
spectacular.
genie?
Yes.
So the
No,
genie's gone, right? There's
the
just completely
genie
like dissipated. There's nothing left.
broke apart to mist.
Right. He needed a
Technically, her
powerful
earring would
wish.
fall to the ground.
And I'm gonna take it, I guess, because I was holding her.
I would like to inspect that.
Yeah, you can inspect it as you wish, but
Considering,
I
The
mean-
earring is non-magical. It's also +0 quality.
Plus
considering
0.
what the Lodgen
It's just
did for you, I think it'd be appropriate for either of you to wear it in her honor.
that was my plan. Would you like to do that, or should I? Nah.
Surprisingly enough, Naya is the first one to bring up the potential issue.
Which is?
If the genie vanished, then that means that means that she ran out of power, which means she might not
Which
have been
means
able
that
to
the wish-
complete the wish.
That is
well,
possible, yeah.
that's yes.
Does she feel scammed?
She looks angry.
That seems to be a lot of people who caused harm to.
I would like to point out that he might have also caused your family harm.
Actually, yes,
True.
but the genie didn't die a gruesome death.
let's go outside and see what's going on.
Not gruesome, right? Not gruesome. So at least the genie didn't murderize itself. Yeah, we should
Nia's gonna-
take a little bit of note in who died.
Yep. If anyone, I'm assuming no one, but
Hope Leuven didn't die.
I'm assuming Yasla's still alive, Kevin's still alive, Sabo's still alive. I don't know what the wishes true considerations are. Is anyone who's ever called Nia mean just instantly dead? Would you bump me into the street, Death? She's so cool.
I'm going to contact what's her name? Astral, and ask her to report any gruesome deaths that occurred in the last
Astral's who?
day. Astral is my leader of my spies.
Oh, nice. And then we can watch for the council, I guess.
Astral is so confused by that request.
If anything comes up,
Nia loves her wife so much. It's the best thing anyone has ever done for her. The
can
best.
someone check
Okay.
on Leuven, please? I'm sure he didn't do anything, but
To be fair, yeah, Leuven's very.
wishes
Kevin,
can be like
Sabo,
that.
Fortitude
Yeah.
save. Nia, Fortitude
me.
save.
Fuck me.
Novaris, you're actually good.
Yeah, I don't think I've caused harm at all. I just provided counsel, but okay, I got it. Thank you.
I'm
Ooh,
gonna
I saw
probably
one there.
advantage that. That's not a lot better.
Net 20.
I think Nia's actually good. She doesn't need to make one. Cool.
Do I need to
The
theme
wave
this?
of death spreading around.
Well, theming this would save you a whole bunch of headaches.
I'm gonna theme and crit this.
Okay, theme
Oh,
20.
actually, I think he said just theme, right? Instead of just theme crit. James, you mean give everyone advantage or theme crit?
No, I'm gonna theme crit. Because my fortitude isn't very good. It's only plus 22. Actually, I rolled a 19.
Only
I don't
plus
think I need
22. Wow.
61.
to. Yeah.
Mine's a 56.
Okay. Sabo, you feel fine. Nia, you feel fine.
Cool.
And then there's Kevin. We going for number 9, James?
Kevin, you start coughing. Ooh, Yesla.
Yesla, for sure.
Go.
This is a fucking nuke.
It's hilarious.
Teach your wife to keep her mouth shut.
Yesla's fine.
Unfortunate.
What'd she roll? A 19. Okay.
Did I need to use my theme?
Yes.
I guess I can't take it back. Okay. Like DC 50?
The DC is quite high on this.
It's fine. Kevin's only going to die a 9th time. What could possibly go wrong?
To put it in perspective,
I like
Kevin
how you-
critically failed.
Ah.
Oh boy.
I like how Neo was like, guys, I'm gonna respect my wife's
And
wish, even
and
if I don't
no
agree with
one
it. She's not dumb.
because I already applied inspiration to mine. No one wanted to +5 that at all, did they?
Do you want me to?
Do you
I don't
want
mind.
Kevin to die?
I'm gonna +5, Kevin.
I
So
don't
that
think
makes
that
it
that might not
39.
be enough
That
anyway.
might not help, but
I think Snuffy is gonna appreciate the effort, and Nia does somewhat like Kevin at the moment.
Okay, so that's 39.
Yeah.
That is still a critical failure.
I'll try my
yippee!
best.
Yeah,
DC
I
50.
figured. That's why I wasn't gonna offer.
Oh, do I just throw inspirations at the wall and re-roll?
How much would you roll?
I mean, to be fair,
Need to
I'm gonna
roll
be
like
honest.
above 11 to just fail instead of critically fail?
No, that I believe was an 11.
Right.
Yeah, that was an 11.
Yeah, that's why I said above 11 because yours 49.
Well,
out of
Kevin, how
50,
many inspirations do you
presumably.
have?
31. I have enough to start throwing them at the wall. They do.
I mean, I reckon if there's any reason for you to do that, not
You can
dying is probably a good one.
probably reliably bring it up to a normal failure. And you have a chance to crit and succeed.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm gonna start throwing inspirations at the wall, James.
Okay, starting
You
with
have your
2.
destiny moment you can use.
No,
Need
not
to
for
die
this.
another time.
Kevin's destiny is to die. Excuse you.
well then, why are you throwing inspiration?
Kevin's
Just take your
destiny knocks 20 off the result.
All right.
Okay,
Let's see. So first reroll is 2. That would be 38.
that is a
Plus the
standard
5.
failure.
That'll work. I'll take regular failure.
Wait, where did we get the extra? So it's 43.
Yeah.
Where did we get the extra 10 from? All right, 43
No,
because 50, yeah, 250, yeah, standard
it's just
failure.
43. All right.
I guess
Kevin's
we
only dying a little bit. It's fine. Don't worry
jumped. We
about
all
it.
jumped to heal Kevin.
Okay. Well, let's see what
Varys, can
Yesla's
you
got
check?
in her tank.
Okay, can you check on your student? Not feeling so good.
Sorry, my student?
Yeah, Leuven.
Oh, where is Leuven?
He's in a retirement village. If he gets hit by this, we need to get there quickly.
All right, I'll go check on Leuven then. I leave.
Are you going to actually go? I thought you were gonna sending him.
Because if I do
What's up,
something,
Leuven? It's
it'll be
Novarius. You
impact.
dead yet?
Exactly.
If
Is
I
that
go,
really?
if the spell fails, then it's gonna come back not returned, and we still have to go there anyways. So, might as well.
Okay, but that's why I wanted to check that he's okay and then we don't have to go. Okay, anyway, we can go together after we heal this person. I'm brewing another potion for Kevin. Just with my quick elixirs. I'm quickly crafting like an American beer hat for Kevin with potions.
If Kevin dies,
Replace.
at the very least, Isla is there that she can go ahead and Breath of Life, give him Breath of Life.
Fair enough. I guess.
Okay. Kevin, somewhere on
Yes.
your character sheet, can you mark that you've got tier 1 of a disease?
Sure can.
Ah, that's the gruesome death.
Each tier of this reduces your hit points by 10%, and your modifier to all rolls by 3. It requires
That's
remove
not a
disease cast at 11th level to remove it.
waste of a theme.
You said H.
If you critically fail, the next time you make the check is 1 hour after the last. If you only fail, the next time you make the check is 1 day later.
Uh-huh. And if each time you fail, you get a tier.
Yep, each time you succeed, you remove 1. If you critically fail, you gain 2 tiers.
It's a
Excellent.
fucking gruesome death, isn't it?
So Kevin has to crit fish. Got it. Awesome.
It's okay. We get the chalice if Yesla
Well,
doesn't have
Yesla
that
is
spell.
casting Remove Disease and then Remove Curse at her highest levels.
What is her highest level?
Considering she didn't have to spend the XP to bring the guy back, it is 12th.
Okay, so
Oh,
Sorry,
okay.
no, 11th
plus
after the change, but that is enough. Kevin,
So I can delete that from my character sheet then.
you feel fine, Kevin.
Okay. So should I still leave that on my character sheet?
Leave it on your character sheet, but put it at 0.
Do does he still have to make the checks?
Only if he catches it again.
Guess we'll find out tomorrow.
It's an epidemic. Oh fuck. Okay, call Leuven. Make sure he's not coughing.
Yeah, he's already left.
He's left what?
He left to go check on Lubin.
Ah,
Okay, don't forget that Leuven is a town away at the moment.
yeah. That.
Oh,
This town is only like, what, 6 hours away?
Yeah, we're gonna fly to him if we need to help him. We need to figure out if we need to help him.
There's no lake near this town to land your ship at.
Wait, we're in the capital.
Yeah.
I mean,
the
we can
capital-
fly there and let someone down, get Leuven up. It's fine.
Okay.
how many miles away is it?
Let's see.
100 probably.
$18 miles.
Oh, it's not that far, but still, it's a distance. So never mind. I didn't realize that was the case, so I instead go ahead and do ascending instead. Leuven, are you feeling okay?
I was this morning, I just started coughing.
Okay, guys. Yesla, can you
You-
do that again? Leuven is also gonna need some help.
I can cast this once
might-
every, like, month.
Oh fuck. Tell Leuven to have a sip from the chalice. The
There
disease
was.
removal ability.
I go and do. I would go ahead and do the second part of my second part of my ascending. There was an inappropriate use of a wish. You should drink from the chalice, Thabo says.
Understood. Sabo, do you happen to remember what item level the chalice was?
You didn't give an item level, but I
Okay, I'll look it up then.
easily search it up. Greater artifact. Unique divine.
Grady, you said? Then it's
Greater,
going to
yeah.
be capable of restoring this. Cool. He's going to drink from the chalice. And it saves his life.
I'm just gonna look at Naya and say, Naya, I'm very sorry that for what I've done to hurt your family. I promise you it wasn't my intentions to hurt you.
I didn't think you hurt my family.
Well, the wish certainly thought so.
She narrows her eyes at you. Don't do it again.
Wasn't my intention originally. I think that wording might have been a bit broad.
Good. Let them all die.
Realistically, you should have used it more specifically. Anytime you make a wish, you should be more specific rather than broad. I'm assuming you intended to target it at the council, in which case you should have specified.
Or you could have specified people who intentionally hurt your family to at least narrow it down to those who meant to hurt your family.
I don't give a damn about intentions.
Well, let's say somebody accidentally trips and falls and shoves you
Stabs
a little
my
bit. That
child.
not stabs, but let's say he just shoves one of you accidentally and you fall to the ground and you slightly bruise yourself. That is still hurting you. But certainly, an accident like that does not warrant a gruesome death.
You can see on her face that she is not convinced.
Yeah. Doctor.
If you were more specific about your wish, you could have gotten yourself out of this predicament, rather than attacking everyone wholesale. But it doesn't matter, what's done is done.
I like you, Navarius. You didn't get sick. She actually sounds rather sweet when she says that, which is unusual for her.
Nia pipes up. I like Navarius too.
Thank you.
So, Naya, I don't know what I did. I apologize. Would it help if you stabbed me to make it even?
Are you sure about that?
I mean, I'd rather not die again. 9 seems a bit excessive, but if it would make you feel better.
Okay. She walks up to you. Are you off guard?
I don't think so. I think I'm bracing for the stabbing. I'm not raising my shield or anything against it, but I think I am bracing myself to be stabbed.
Okay.
I do have a lot of practice with being stabbed, unfortunately.
So she walks up to you and she wraps her arms around you.
And then there ends up a dagger in my back.
She gives you a hug.
I will hug her back.
Okay.
I got a weird look, and Kevin got a hug.
I'm confused, but
That's new, actually. Me is very
I didn't
confused
even
about
fall
this.
sick.
Do you relax your guard because of this?
yes, almost certainly.
Coup de grace.
Oh,
Fortitude save.
I take my complaint back.
yeah, I'm gonna re-roll that. $40.
Okay. Let's see what a DC is.
Sorry for the sounds I was making that.
DC 31. So you succeed.
As a knife gets plunged into my back.
Nope, your heart.
Oh, great.
Well, she tried to stab you in the heart. She apparently missed.
What the hell is wrong with all of you? How
Oh,
exactly is this
ow.
considered acceptable activity?
Oh, there it is. Oh,
Kevin enjoys it.
And then this damage is doubled, so it is 54. Yesla is absolutely appalled.
Me is looking at you like you really should have seen this coming. In her hands, this was really obvious.
You stupid. Yesla.
no, it's fine. It's fine. Ow.
No, it's not fine.
No,
This is unacceptable.
Naya, do
Come
you
on,
feel
no
better?
one died.
no,
That's not.
that's not the.
It's not the fucking point. What do you mean?
Well, no one died. It's fine. Chill.
People not dying does not mean people are not getting stabbed.
Naya.
I should not have to explain to you that hurting people is. Yesla just face palms, grabbing her face.
For the same effect, I imagine at the same time Navaris is something is Lily's talking at the same time, yelling at the exact same time, the exact thing that she's pretty much saying, just in different words.
Yep.
Just for effect.
So do we know that this was a disease?
But does Naya feel better?
It showed the symptoms of a disease. Naya feels better. She leaves the dagger in you and then walks away.
Understandable.
I would. Okay. Two more pressing matters. That might have been a disease. Yesla, do you reckon that could be contagious?
I'm not an expert on diseases. Aren't all diseases contagious?
I don't know.
She looks to Navarius.
I'm not. Yes and no. Depends. At the very least, you go isolate yourself. I don't know. I'm good. I need to take a walk. This is ridiculous.
I would be cautious about walking out there if there's a disease spreading through the town. As she looks to Naya. I don't know how to help you people.
We should get on the ship.
And
We should,
abandon the town?
Well, if we get sick, it's not gonna help. We can get on the ship, go pick up Leuven and the Chalice, see what comes next. And yes, if there's an epidemic, they're all dead because we can't heal them all.
I
mean-
am just gonna get away from all of you. He just quickly casts it. He just says a word and he just fucking disappears. And I teleport
of
just to get on the ship.
Did you take me with you? No.
I can't take anyone. I can't take anyone with you. But it doesn't matter. He literally just like snaps his fingers and then he's gone. I'm assuming the ship is within a mile.
What method of contact do I have with Astral?
The ship is within a mile.
Yeah,
I haven't
I teleport.
Can you
straight to the
cast
ship.
sending?
No.
Then pretty much whenever you meet up with them.
Fuck.
It's not difficult
Do I
to
know Astral?
because you can have any contact password along to her. And there's usually a contact in
Do I know
these
Astral?
cities. Nope, you've never met them.
And I can't send them for you, sorry.
Okay, I'm going to put right. I don't know how it works here, but need to wake Aiden up. Get some kind of masks going. And get to the ship. Yes?
Okay. So
I'm
does
gonna
everyone
craft
start
some-
heading to the ship?
I'm gonna craft
I
some
guess.
respirator masks before we go.
Okay. At the ship or in the house?
In the house, because we're not going through the city. Well, who knows?
What are those for?
In the world where I came from, which I recently learned, everyone ended up dying off from a disease, and well, wearing a mask would prevent you from catching it.
It's a strange magic item.
Not even magic.
She is so stunned by that statement. She does a triple take. I don't
I don't reckon that will work here, do you?
We're gonna have to take Aiden, so
I don't understand how it worked in the world you came from.
Well, to
You see her brain crashing. She's in
So,
such traumatized state again.
So you see, the way it worked is diseases were usually passed by little tiny bits of fluids floating around in the air that people cough up. So if you would put on a mask, then you would protect yourself from some of these drops, from breathing them in.
Why would diseases be in... That's a very strange disease.
Well, imagine if a disease. Well, how does a disease get passed in this world?
Contact.
Right. So, contact. Imagine you come on. The contact is made through these drops of liquid that get coughed up from one person and float in the air, and then go
She
into another
covers her
person.
mouth. That is horrifying.
Exactly. I gave her a mask.
She wears the mask.
Kevin will
Right.
take a mask too.
She looks at... Okay, so she turns and looks at Naya. What have you done?
Well, maybe nothing. We don't know yet. Just a precaution. Okay, if whoever's coming with me to the ship to fetch Leuven and the chalice, let's go.
Yeah, I'm gonna take Aiden with us. I guess I'm gonna have to wake him up again, but fuck it. Actually, Kevin, carry him. Go.
Kevin, you cannot carry him. It took two of you to lift him up.
Do we have
Yeah,
like a
he's gonna do it
wheelbarrow
too.
or a cart we can load the elephant
You
onto?
could put him in a cart.
Yeah.
Fuck it, we ball, yeah.
I'm assuming
go.
I should be able to move the cart.
Hey guys,
Yes.
we've got a rare race for the demon lady.
And then you all head to the ship. You get a lot of funny looks from people who look at you wearing those masks.
And the dwarf pushing a cart with a dagger still on his back.
Heart. Well, chest.
Chest, okay.
I take the opportunity to raid some of Sabo's alchemist supplies, and I'm gonna brew up some potions of anti-plague, which give +4 to fort save versus disease for 24 hours. And it says
+4.
this, and this applies to your daily save against the disease's progression. It's +4 is +4,
+4 is awesome.
and
Not against this one.
And I
It's
will
the difference.
use my things I haven't even used since I've had need to. I can create 5 vials a day without spending components that I can just make on the fly. So I'm going to when you guys come up, eventually get to the ship. There's 5 vials with a with a little like like a little tab on there that says anti-plague disease elixirs or something like that, just sitting outside his room, and his room is like barricaded and closed.
Okay. Okay. There's no one started coughing on our way.
You didn't see anyone coughing in the street, at least no one who didn't look like they had been sick for several days.
Okay. Well, we can take off our masks now and we'll fly to pick up Leuven.
What about our daughter?
We'll come back here,
Oh,
but I don't know
child.
how we can. I don't know how we can retrieve her right now. If there is a situation, then surely we can simply retrieve. And well, even without breaking the terms, there will be 3 months. That will hopefully be enough for them to end this epidemic, if there's an epidemic.
It's possible that there's not, too.
But if you want to go and fetch your daughter right now, that is also an option.
She turns to go get off the ship.
Naya, hold on.
But
We have to consider that if the council learns you immediately went to fetch your daughter after this happened, they will link this back to us.
she is a weak little child. If she dies,
That is true.
She's never done anything to harm your family.
But if this gets past to her,
I'm not saying we shouldn't. I'm just saying we have to be smart about it. We can have her at any point we want, right?
I think that
I
what we
believe
should
that's
do,
what the term said, yes.
yes, but
Can we have it
getting the
start today?
chalice should be our priority as well, as that is how we're going to cure her if something happens. If you wish
That
to
is
stay
true.
around and keep watch over her while we go get the chalice, please. But we
Is that what
cannot
you like
wait.
to do?
It will take us quite a few hours to go get it, and somebody weak might not survive more than a few hours. So we need to go and get it.
okay.
I'm gonna hug her and then I'm gonna go.
She gets off the ship. And that
Don't
is
make it
where
too
we can end the
obvious.
session for this week.
James, can I get a list of who had to make the save?